Okay, we are live. It is official live. Today's Monday, July 20th, and we're just gonna get back to where we left off last time, which is implementing this new architecture and this new design and seeing where it leads us. Last time we were breaking a lot of code, and we still have some broken code, and there might be even more broken code today, but that's just how life is, so we're just gonna get at it. How's it going, sir? Elderberry, good to see you, man. Good to see you again. Hopefully all is well. Da, 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 da. Yeah, hopefully all is well, dude. And hopefully the stuff with the GitHub stuff gets figured out for you. Git is always this odd thing, but once you figure it out, it's not a big deal. So, back to here. And what are we doing? Where were we? Right. In fact, I think we're in the process of implementing some backend. So we have shop data here. And I believe I fundamentally changed shop data. Yeah, to operate with this. Cool. Okay. So we have this idea of a transaction area for shop, shipping, cosmetics, yeah. You know, I was thinking about how we're going to handle the save data a bit more. Because right now we have, like, the game save data saved to, a specific directory independent of, like, your system, or, independent of the file location. Which is cool if I want to make games that kind of communicate with each other, right? To be like, oh, I saw you played my other game. Let's give you a special hat in our second game or whatever, right? But I kind of dislike having save data in a weird spot that you can't easily access. Do you like C++? I do like C++. But there's also a big variety with C++. I kind of like just programming in C in general. But I like certain features from C++. Hello again, what's going on, Zeno? That's just me. Probably not the most popular opinion, but I like the simplicity of C. But yeah, so right now we have save data at let's say game independent location on system. The pro is that I can find one place where all game saves be. The con, though, is that it's not going to be very intuitive for the user. Not next to the executable. Which then again, like, how many people actually know where their game executable lies? You know, like, how many people are aware of where that actual exe file is on their machine when they download a game from Steam or something? But still, I like the idea of a game that's, you know, if you know where the exe is, you can do stuff. The other idea I have is maybe we keep save data local to exe, but save some other file to location, to independent location. So that like you have game one. So it's like the best of both worlds, right? Because then local data, the data is still local to your save file is still local to your game, but there's a way of my other future games to be able to find out if you played any of our previous titles. The only caveat is that I don't know where your file data location is, so I can't I'm not gonna have access to your actual save data, so I can't get specifics from it. I just know, hey, you played this game, and that's it. Anyways, I'm not going to worry about that too yet. We're not getting to that state. We're going to finish on fixing up, continuing to work on this shop data thing. I think the thing I want to work on is like, yeah, this whole idea of a FNF scriptable, which is just using like a very not great abstraction that I did that derives from this CC scriptable item, which presumes the need for an item ID, name, description. It's not even that bad. And specifically I add this just so I can have like the GUID generator and stuff. Hey doll, what are you doing out so early? Jeez. Wow. What's going on, Syndicate? Making me blush when you refer to me as doll. How are you doing though? Hopefully you're doing well today on this Monday. I presume there's gonna be a pretty relaxed evening. Pretty relaxed evening. Okay. So let me go up a level here. This FNF scriptable. We do a bunch of stuff here. We have a menu icon and an item sprite icon, which may be applicable, maybe not. In-game sprite, that's not I don't even know. And then there's price tied to it as well, and if it's locked or unlocked. We have another thing that's utilizing this, isn't it? This idea of locked and unlock. Oh, that's different though. Yeah, it's all good. It's good to see you though, Syndicate. It's been a while, man. Hopefully you've been doing good karaokeing and lifting and all that. Everything's well. I got a phone call earlier, so I do apologize. I was to go and ask you, is there a way that I can hook my virtual studio up to what I shared to you earlier today? What do you mean virtual studio? Do you mean like Visual Studio? And yeah, the thing you just need to do, man, is just unzip it and post like loose files on GitHub. Like GitHub isn't like Google Drive or something where you just like upload zips and stuff like that. Or like the main idea is that you want to be able to see the individual file contents. Like if I were to go to another GitHub, I'm not logged in, haven't been there in forever. Wow. Okay, we'll use Codeberg as a better example. Because actually, that's where I'm at right now. Am I still logged in? Hopefully I am. Here we go. Okay, and we go to... What's the repository I have here? That's like public, so you can like reference it. Cozy RPG, Rivendun. We can go to Rivendun. Come on. Come on, load Codeberg. I believe in you. Your PC's beautiful. Thank you, Pepito. I appreciate it, man. But yeah, like, when you see normal, like, repositories, you just see loose files there. Maybe folders. Like, you're gonna have folders and stuff like that, and maybe a few, like, binary file formats, like PNGs or I don't know, STLs or whatever or audio like dot waves or whatnot. But usually it's like this, never zipped, so you can like actually inspect the code base and do stuff like this. And you're probably hitting that file limit because you're uploading a single large file, when usually the expectations are you're going to be uploading a bunch of small files on these source control platforms. I forgot what engine you're using. I'm using Unity right now. Eventually one day we'll slip to another one, but for now I just need to wrap up what I got going on here. Yeah, like this abstraction's not gonna work. I kind of just get rid of the abstraction in general. Like if I really wanted GUID, I can just make the dang thing. I kind of don't want to have like this multiple levels of this just so I can have GUID like set up. Like this whole thing exists just so I can have like this nice fancy UI for doing GUIDs. I'm good. Had a really good day today. Just switched over to horizontal so I can game at the same time. Let's go gaming. What are we gaming? Just want to try upload index.html, but it said error. That's weird. You should be able to upload or commit index.html. Did you move to Coburg or have you always been on Coburg? I moved to Coburg, Jared. Yeah, I used to be a GitHub dude, and then we're a Codeberg stand right now. Yeah, I'm still paying like what I used to pay on GitHub month or yearly, but now I just pay it to Codeberg directly. But honestly, I might start self-hosting at some point and set up my own personal home server. Okay, so I'm trying to remember where I'm at right now. Yeah, we're getting rid of vehicle configuration. That's a thing we're doing. This is no longer. Yeah, this is a very different thing. But we have to find out a place for Hull to live, because I want the player to be able to set stuff in here. And the Hull has some important stuff like weight doesn't matter anymore. That's a and honestly, health and weight don't matter actually. So the only thing that does matter. Yeah, like we don't even need a description. Like that's what I'm talking about, man. This is why we're breaking stuff today. We're just gonna get rid of this abstraction in its entirety. Price locked. Like this is all contextual to just one thing, which is gonna be the Hull with our new design. So if I really wanted to, I can just yoink all this, delete the F and F scriptable because this makes no more. It makes no more sense. And instead of being just gonna inherit CC scriptable. Description, yada. I don't even think I'm gonna. Maybe I'll still have a description. But all of a sudden, these things stop becoming properties, and they just become the actual thing they are supposed to be. This is who you're meant to be, Harry. You're still a pro member on GitHub? Yeah, because I pay yearly for GitHub, so it eventually, like, it's gonna eventually expire. I think I switched over around like Christmas time. Is this, if this was vibe coding, thank God I fired that kid. Wait, what? Wait, Scott Huffman. What's going on? Not this guy, I don't know him. There was a kid at my firm vibe coding. Yeah, it's kind of terrible. Also, what's going on, Zero? Hi, I've been told that America can't breathe due to smoke from Canada. It's better today. It's better today. Nothing fancy, just YouTube playables. Currently the Alder. Oh, yeah, I saw that. The YouTube playables. Yeah, that's pretty gnarly. Do you have an occupied description? You already do have a description attribute attached, don't you? So never mind, I still need to do this stupid thing. What? Is this an override? Oh, I was doing 2 levels of virtual, wasn't I? Am I? Am I crazy? Of course, because I introduced a whole interface for this. Where are you being used? Chips, brakes. We're gonna delete all this. In fact, let's just go ahead and do that right now. That's no longer a thing. Bike config. Yeah, chips, goodbye. Well, chips are gonna exist in a different capacity. It's an empty folder. Why are you making me scared for deleting an empty folder? Holes. They're gonna exist in some capacity. Yeah, brakes. What are you? Yeah, goodbye. Yeah, you're no longer a thing. Yeah. You have to recompile. Chips, you're gonna exist in a very different capacity. So you're gonna be buddy. Yeah, I don't care. This is fine. Okay, apparently I do care. Do I still want to keep it FNAF scriptable? So it's not an override. A member with the same name exists where? Oh, you. Goodbye. Yeah, we're gonna use the written description now, and we're not gonna use that. Menu item. These are the serialized fields. I don't know why I think because I'm scared about... This is a holdover from another project I was doing where I was expecting other people to actually do some modification, and I wanted to ensure that they're not going to mutate scriptable object data, which is why we have properties for accessing stuff. But I'm the only person coding this, and I'm not scared of me, but maybe we'll keep it as is. Oh, so what's going on, Draco? I didn't see you there, man. Zero came to join. Yeah, what's up there? YouTube playables suck. How'd I get 3U? What's 3YS? What is YS? Okay. Maybe this is like... If I'm gonna re-architect this project, maybe I should actually think through what I want before just ripping... I mean, I already know what's gonna happen, right? Like, the two things that are really gonna be built off of this are gonna be buddies, the hull, which I might call it, make another a more straightforward. I don't know. I need to find a word that my niece can read easily. She can read hull, but I don't think she's read that in a book yet, or at school or something. Exterior, maybe, probably should be fine. Visuals, I don't know. But you have this. We're gonna use hull though, because that's the terminology we've been using this entire time. And then the thing is the character customization. So visuals for the character, which I'm not even sure we're gonna do this, because you can't really see that much from the character, but there'd be some simple stuff like, I don't know, hair, and there'd be color and stuff like that. I don't know, I'm not going to worry too much about this because I haven't actually set it in stone yet. And these are going to be kind of significantly different because buddies are going to have like potentially a bunch of states that are not applicable to hulls whatsoever. Like they're going to have, I guess, idle animations and action specific stuff. Maybe I'd want to do some more particular logic. But I think we're gonna do what we already have, which is have a bunch of enums and then have varying behavior based off of that. And if it needs to be tied to events from a model behavior, then we can just attach it to the player object and utilize that instead. And then hull is simple. It's like literally just the name and description, and then, you know, in-game appearance, right? Which currently does. So, and there's no, like, the big thing is that they're going to be handled by two different views entirely in the UI, so they don't have to, we don't need abstraction here. So I'm going to let them just be their own separate things, and whatever needs to be, whatever differences they require are just going to emerge. Really? I have menu icon here? Why do I have a menu icon tied to this? Yeah, it should be just like name, description. Oh, is it because of the, I understand now. Because of the interface. Yeah, no more. Goodbye. Yeah, before I actually do that. Actually, where's the error that popped up? From like not implementing stuff. I don't see where that is. But we're gonna get rid of you too. You're on the chopping block. F and F scriptable, get out of here. Get out of here. No one likes you. Yeah, it's so much traffic in today. Why do you have so much fun in traffic, man? When you don't have a stutter, but your fingers do. So I was gone. Cabell. Is this Rider with Idea Vim you're using? Yep, that's what I'm using. To move around my keyboard a lot better when coding. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing what Vim does, dude. Makes life much more fast. Okay, what actually needs to exist? ID, name, description. I'm pretty sure that's the stuff that was required. Yeah, there's no menu icon anymore. Though I'm pretty sure we had a thing where this is gonna have, this is still necessary. Price is still necessary. I think there's something that was utilizing this iShop thing. In fact, what else is introduced by this? Oh, a lot of things. Interesting. Yeah, no more. Just the things that are needed. So, in-game sprite. The thing is with Hull, it's a bit weird because there's I'm adding like a multi-layered thing to it. Yeah, so we have this. There's a Hull back and Hull front, which means we don't need an in-game sprite. That's not applicable to this whatsoever. And weight is no longer applicable, nor is health applicable, because that's just going to be an independent thing. Displayed in front of the player. So if I'm going to actually release this code as well, bundled with the game for free, then, or not for free, but with the game, we're gonna need I need to clean up the code base to actually make it a little beneficial and somewhat educational. The player. Okay, cool. That's required. And then we have the palette mask. That's also very important. And we have this whole apply configuration thing as well. This is like directly serialized as well. Dude, honestly, I don't know. I think I just want to get rid of this and be like, yeah, dude, just don't mutate. Like, we work in C, man. We work in a language where everything is just inherently public, and I just have to trust myself to not overwrite the wrong things. Like, why not just be like that here, dude? Why not be like, yo, just don't. I don't know. Is he creating a game? Yeah, I'm making a game What's the idea? It's like a racing type, a space 2D racing game. It's like, has some. I wish I could show it to you, but we're breaking the code right now, and it won't compile. So, yeah. And I haven't taken an actual video of it recently, outside of like the streams. So, hopefully we can get it back to functional today, and I can show you what the game actually looks like. Yeah, did I not delete FNF Scriptable? Or what file is this in? I can't tell because all the buffers are super small and my text is super... Oh, yeah, I can't read that file. What is it? Config engine.cs? Is that what it is? Okay. Do you have the things I'm looking for? No, you're just the general config class. What are you actually? Are you another thing that's relying? Oh. Oh, that's just a general file config. That's just a general like settings for the. I closed Writer out by accident. Whoopsie. Let's open up Writer again. And then we're not going to need a parts registry either. That's just going to go away. Gosh, man. Feels good just to delete, man. Feels so good. Let's see how many compiler errors we can stack up today. Engine. Yeah, goodbye. You're not a thing. Color presets are a thing, though. That's very important. We want to keep those. So now we're left with hull and buddies. And because shop item no longer exists, we don't have to have all that there. If I still want to stick with this, like we're so inconsistent because even these properties we're not hiding it behind like a getters and setters. Like we just do the thing. Yeah, don't need 2D icon. I don't know. They're gonna need a few things. They're gonna need at least 3 spite binders. So in fact, I should probably use this to indicate which context these sprites are relevant to. I can't spell. Okay. And then okay. I think these should be enough. Maybe we'll also do like damage. So like when the player gets hit by something, they also change their sprite. Okay, that seems reasonable to me. Quite reasonable, actually. And this is no longer relevant. Price is just going to be what it is, which is going to be price, and its lock state is just going to be what it is. And then chip, it is what it is. Count cooldown for the abilities. Yep, I like this. I can just tell what this is doing and how. You're no longer chips, you're gonna be a buddy. Oh, maybe we'll call it like FNF to be specific so I can tell what game. Okay, cool. Let me catch up in chat real quick. Quack, what's going on, Bone Circuit? How you doing today, man? Are you a rubber duck? Kind of woolly. I mean, I just kind of, I guess kind of, yeah, I don't know. When I'm like programming for work, I don't really speak like this. Except kind of, but I'm usually in context where it's weird to do that, so I just don't. But in my mind, I do that. But here, I get to just yap all I want. And it does not get me into trouble. So this seems to be fine. So these are the internal stuff we may or may not use. Let me also go to the buddy and apply that there, because I couldn't remember the other things that are required of it. Description. Is that it? There's also probably... if I'm not mistaken, I know it's a GUID, but I'm not sure if I expose the actual GUID or if I convert it to a string. I do item ID. There we go. The only bit of abstractions I'm going to deal with. And as for these guys, I don't think I want to deal with like this whole property, private, whatever. I'm just gonna not manipulate things the wrong way. And they'll be fine. I'm pretty sure it should be fine. I don't know, my brain is like, what if I do something wrong and then I accidentally mutate all this stuff and then I have to deal with it? You know? But you know what I gotta say? That's why we have Git. This is why we have Git. This is why Git exists. So I can be reckless. And we're already being partially reckless anyway, so like, this is not really that big of a deal. I mean, I'm gonna break the current stuff. I'm gonna have to reconstruct these to do the property thing, but we're gonna have to reconstruct it anyways because we ripped out the underlying class. So it's gonna be a whole new thing. What's your full-time job and how do you get there? I'm a programmer, a software engineer, and I got there by the grace of God, legitimately. When I was hired, I was not qualified. I almost walked out of the interview. So yeah. I do want to, like, I like the idea of doing mentorship stuff, but like at the same time, people are like, they want to get a job, a tech job or something, and I'm like, I don't think I'm qualified, nor can I promise to like, or even imply that I can do that for you, right? Because, you know, I feel like I had very little control over getting my job, and like the most I can do is just give you like knowledge, and that's it, about just doing programming better. And whether or not that's gonna get you a job, that's a whole different matter, because I'm in a pre-AI job market. So I don't know, I don't have the strats. Okay, what else is there to fix? Apply configuration sprites. What do we do here? Okay, yeah, this does stuff. Custom color to material. I can't spell. Okay, cool. No, not sprite binders. On our sprite renderer, custom TM sprite renderer. And this is not even perfect either. I think the way we're doing things is a little bit odd, but I don't know. What's going on here? Sorry, horizontal, I'm not reading as much. What area are you in today, Zero? Okay, you're talking about Cozy. Do the Marie Kondo thing and ask yourself, does this spark joy? This is what I'm doing right now. I'm asking each part of my Cozy base, do you spark joy? And you know what I have to say? Actually, so far we're good. So far, things, except for you don't spark joy. You spark anger. You make me mad. I hate you! Okay, we're good now. Everything's good. Yeah, we're good. I think. Okay. So what part of the code base are mad right now? I know probably, so we're doing the shop stuff. Yeah, we're not doing this anymore. Item state. We're not using that one abstraction. How many times has this object been upgraded? Upgrade count. Okay, cool. Oh. So shop data did a little bit more than just handle withdrawals. I think it was also handling upgrade state. But we're not doing upgrades anymore. Not in the normal way, so honestly, like, this does not spark joy, so you go out. Goodbye. Let's go, dude. Okay. It feels so good to delete stuff. Item state, locked, available for sale, purchased. That is a thing we do need to keep track of for our hulls. Spent area. So this is like a receipt, really. This is honestly kind of like a receipt. So if this is the shop data, right? And we're dealing more than just currency. If you're kind of trying to keep track of the state of hulls, then we have to have a list of all the hulls in the application. And we need to so what we're going to do actually, we're going to do a hash set, because you can't serialize the actual hulls directly, right? So what I'm going to probably end up doing is doing like a GUID and a hash set, or maybe actually a dictionary would make more sense. A GUID for the actual item, and then like this update transaction here, e item state. So this is gonna be this. Cool. So this becomes a little bit different now, because I was treating this like an ATM or like an account balance, right? And now we're adding this other thing. So what do? We either change the role of this or separate this out into like something else, right? Something whose whole purpose is just to manage a state of like the whole. I kind of just don't want to complicate stuff, but maybe it's simpler if I just think about things as discrete units. Go the full OOP pilled way. I don't know, man. We love breaking code bases. Yeah, okay. It's a favorite. Git branch? Nah, Bone Circuit. We have Git. We're not gonna do Git branch. I just go back and log or stash changes or whatever. Git branch is for cowards. That's why my startup we're gonna be coding just on main or master or whatever it is. High vibe coder. Why? Why vibe? Why am I why what? Cozy official request for a rubber ducky channel emoji. That would be good. Can I just add emotes to the YouTube channel without having to be like enable money? I don't know. Also, it's good to see you, Kate. Hopefully you're doing good this fine Monday evening. Okay. Yeah, because if I have this whole state, I'd feel tempted to have a separate function for like, I don't know, get state. Well, you'd have to, right? You'd have to like be able to get state, and you have to have another function for try, purchase, whole. So it'd be like these specific things, but then like, and this would probably call this function, but then other parts of the code are going to be calling this function as well. But I have to be sure not to use this one and instead use this one. You feel like it's almost weird. It's almost dumb. But like, you know, this is where my mind is going to. So either we just make this like like purely just money, and something else is gonna be handling this. You know what I'm saying? Ah, man. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I'm probably overthinking it because the consequences of this are not big, and it's only like 2 places in the code they're gonna be really using it. Dang it, Uncle Bob, are you gonna make me clean code this? Are we gonna clean code this? I feel like we're gonna end up clean coding it. Okay. So if we were gonna clean code it, what would that look like? It'd be another one of these for sure. And then I'd be yoinking. What would I be yoinking? I'd be yoinking you up here. And then we'd have to actually implement these. We'd be using whole, because that's what you'd be, really actually you'd be using the ID. Honestly, you'd be like, oh my goodness. Am I gonna use GUID or if I'm gonna use a string? What do I want to do? Because if I go to whole right now, we're actually using a string. And now that I think about it, I kind of don't like that because, like, I forgot why I did that. Because string doesn't communicate what you're actually, the type of data you're, like, if you receive a string, you don't have context that's a GUID outside of, like, naming the thing to be correct. But if I type in, like, hull ID, there's no implicit way for you to, there's no way for you to explicitly know that this is a GUID that you're being, in string form that you're receiving. You know? Why did I do it this way? I guess the one thing I could do, and this is like super, I feel like I'm sniffing glue if I do this, but it might make sense, dude. Which is like make like a struct called like hull ID or something, right? And just wrap the string in it. And then like have this return that. But like that seems so dumb, and we're introducing all this extra stuff when maybe all I just need to do is just return to ding dang GUID, man. Maybe that's all you need in life. It's null. Oh, I think I know. Is that a good reason, though? Yeah, because I want to have it make it, like, nullable. And if, as far as I understand, GUID, you are a struct type, which means you're going to initialize. And, like, an empty string I don't think is a valid GUID format, so... Oh, brother. I think there's a way to add emojis to the channel, but maybe you're right, and it might have to be linked to monetization. Please tell Kate I miss her, but I'm over here so I can rot my brain on YouTube playables. Odo. Well, there you go, Kate. There you go, Kate. Syndicate misses you in horizontal chat. Live with Morgan. What's going on main? Chad startup. Yeah, live with Morgan. That's exactly it, dude. All we do is commit on main. And we also have a timer on PR. So like when someone opens up a PR, they have like 10 minutes. And if you don't submit a review within 10 minutes, then it just gets auto approved. I think that's the best standards and practices. I mean, you don't want quality to get in the way of getting code merged into master, do you? Absolutely not. No, so as soon as they open a PR, the timer starts. Okay, so yeah, we're not gonna do this. So generate a new GUID, you're just gonna do the thing. Where else do things go wrong? GUID try parse is ID and... Oh, there's also like... I know why, and it's because I had this like... I had this weird paranoia that like something might go wrong with GUIDs or something might get messed up with like Git or source control or whatever, and I'd have to go in and manually modify it. And I can only do that if the property was actually a string. I understand why I did things now. And the solution to that, I don't know, that's gonna be, like, we'd probably have to have like some buffer string or something. I don't. That's probably what we want to do, is have like a separate variable that's just a string, and then have this be mutated by that instead. Yeah, that'd be like the way you go about it, honestly. To preserve the text field data. Yeah. Oh, am I gonna do the thing? Am I gonna do the thing? I might just do the thing, dude. Yeah, what's going on, Royalty? Good to see you, man. How goes the refactor? Great. I think we're sitting at somewhere like, I don't know. How many errors? Only 4 errors so far. That's nice. Only 4 compilation errors. You gotta bump that up. Okay. So, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do here? I guess I'm just gonna... If I'm gonna go the path of least resistance, we're just gonna take string and just recognize, hey, this is a GUID. Yeah. Oh, dude. That feels kind of gross, if I'm gonna be honest with you, but it is what it is, man. It's fine. It's fine. This is not like a critical part of... It's fine. It's not performance. It's fine. This is fine. It's not... This doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Okay. Hull ID. And then we're just gonna do... Do we need to even do this? I guess we could do that. Nope. Contains key. Okay, and then we're gonna return. I guess you want to output the state, right? Which is gonna be, honestly, this is dumb. Everything I'm doing here is dumb because there's literally an API for this. It's just try get value. Like, look at that. Simple. Easy. Alright, now here's where things get a little bit funky. The try purchase. Which, by the way, you need to pass in the haul ID as well, don't you? You're just copying. What's going on here? Zyphora. Fake. Nah, dude, there's no AI thing going on here, man. Dog. Yeah, it's not right. Are you in Vim code? Yeah, I'm Vim mode. I'm Vim moding right now. We molding? Yeah, we are, Kate. Yeah, we're Vimming right now. So what are we doing, though? I was doing something. Right, so we have the dictionary here. And state contains key. That makes sense. If it contains it, then we're gonna go ahead and do the transaction or try purchase. Ah, dude. See, this is where I'm like, because this is gonna have a dependency with our shop data, right? So if it's gonna have a dependency, we're gonna have to do like some kind of public init step. Oh, come on. We have to do some kind of init step, right? And in this, we're gonna have to hand in like shop data or something and inject it, which is fine. We can do that. Yeah, I think it's fine. Which, by the way, I think we're gonna change the name of this. I don't like shop data. I think we're gonna call this like ATM or something. ATM data, or I don't know, balance data or something. Yes, I don't care. So we have balance. Okay, and we have okay, cool. Got this, nice. And then I did this in the wrong place. We're in the wrong area. This is, oh no, this is the right area. Never mind. For a second, I thought I was in Hull. What are we coding? I'm breaking stuff. I'm refactoring my code base because I don't like how actually, no, our design requirements changed. What are you running on that monitor? Is it some sort of... Yeah, I'm using Linux. I'm using Ubuntu right now. But yeah, so... Got balance. We got this initted. Now we go here, and we can do... I think I'd rather do an early return. So we're going to check for exit conditions first. And then... what else happens here? So cool, we check to see if the whole... In fact, we should just do try get, actually. Try get out var state. Cool. Next thing we need to do is get... Oh, you know what? Okay, because we actually have to get whole directly, so we can't just be dealing with this. Like, we want to serialize just the this complicates things a little bit. Okay, but it's not that big of a deal. We want to serialize just the whole ID, but we still need the actual scriptable object instance on runtime. So within a init, we need to have like some kind of I don't know, guarantee of all. So we're gonna need some kind of registry for holes. I think that's just what's gonna happen. So at some point we're just gonna have to get like a list of holes. Okay, cool. Okay, balance holes. Yeah, we have the list there. That's gonna be a problem for future me. And then get state. Okay, now we can actually. Dude, actually, you know what? Because on serializ, okay, yeah. Maybe me trying to use string for the key value is like preemptively trying to like handle serialization, but I don't need to worry about that. Maybe I should just use what makes sense right now and just get a dictionary of whole states, and then yeah, because you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, you know, this whole thing is kind of wrong. Because I don't think we're going to do locked states. No, actually, there is. Yeah, I think we're going to get rid of locked states. And instead, it's going to be a Boolean, like available for sale or purchased. Which, if it's only 2 states, like I don't think we're gonna do anything special with this. We can't afford to do that. It's gonna be too complex. Not too complex. It's gonna extend development time, right? Which I don't want to, and I don't think there's a big ROI for that. I think I might just get rid of the item state entirely, and like this will be simplified down to like a hash set of like purchased holes. So if your hole is purchased, it's going to exist within this hash set, and that's all there is to it. And this gets changed to like purchased. Yeah, this makes sense to me. And now you start checking instead to see, hey, did you purchase this hole? And if so, that's all there is. That's all that matters. I guess alternatively, if I really want to just be robust, we could just have a list of all the holes and just like a Boolean attached to it. Doesn't really matter. Either way would be fine, I guess. Do you will need injunction for use another class shop? Wait, what? Future me. What has that guy ever done for me? Nothing. That's true. Now pass me. No, pass me is not the GOAT syndicate. Pass me is the man who's made all bad architectural decisions. Me and future me are the ones who are paying the piper for it. Can be a token. Token can be serialized and waiting for, and then get tokenized state change. What do you mean token? Everything purchased can be a token. Token can be serialized and waiting. I don't know. Something about having just a hash that doesn't feel right to me. Like, is that just me? I know this doesn't matter, and yet it bothers me. I can start something with like a Boolean. It just means that now for this we have to initialize it. go dot count, and then what are we gonna do? And this is gonna go back to being a whole state. And then I stop. In fact, I should really just whole dot is, do I not have a locked? Yeah, locked. So the thing is, the boolean itself doesn't describe if it's like what this state represents. Oh, this seems so stupid, but at the same time, like, I like the specificity of this. Like, just to even have a struct, I don't know, state. I know I could make it enum that's backed by an integer and do the cast that way, but I guess maybe if I want to extend this later on, I can just do that here. That feels premature, dude. That feels so dumb. Okay. Because at least with the hash set, it's like very clear what it is. It's like, yeah, this is the unlocked. These are the ones you purchased. Whereas with this, it's like, okay. Like, I'm wasting too much time, man. This is not, any of the solutions I would have chosen would have worked fine. You're doing good. Don't forget to like. Thank you, Royalty. You like funky, eh? I like funky music. I dig funky music. I'm overthinking this, man. I really am. Yeah, whatever. We're just gonna go with what I originally had. Or not originally, but the hash set thing. And I think it's gonna be fine. This doesn't need this anymore. I guess I wanted to solve the problem of like lookup though, but alright. And then get state like becomes way more simplified because we're not even doing state. It doesn't even have to be like an out. It's just, it's gonna be is purchased. That's all there is to it, right? And for the UI, you're gonna have to we're not gonna be dealing with string. We're not gonna be dealing with the IDs. Like, I think we're gonna save the IDs just for serialization purposes, but yeah, like, I think it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect like them to actually just straight up have the whole. And then this just becomes is purchased, and that's it. Simple. Simple. Come on. I don't know why I'm not typing good today. And I can reuse this simple, like this easy check. Which honestly, like, I guess maybe I want to be able to arbitrarily get this for setting the UI elements anyway. So yeah, it'll be public anyways. So is purchased whole. If it's already purchased, we return false because we can't make that purchase. And then now we have to check to see if we can afford it. So we're gonna do shop, or not shop, but balance dot. Did I not expose your current balance at all? Okay, we're gonna just try doing a withdrawal of whole dot price. Excuse me. And what is your, oh, an area too, which is gonna be ship. Actually, it's gonna be cosmetics. Actually, I might have to have another category. I don't know. We'll deal with that later. I'll call it ship for right now. And if this is false, that means we couldn't do the transaction. And otherwise, we return true. And we also do purchased whole, that add. And that's all she wrote. Now we have a try purchase of whole. And life is good. Life is good. And what are we gonna do? We got rid of the parts registry, which makes sense, but also, like, you know, I don't know. We have to go to FNF application to add our new added data, which is gonna be here. Here we go, with this dumb factory pattern, which I hate, honestly. I kind of regret doing this, and now I need to figure out how to get rid of that, but I don't want to deal with it. New. And you have an init function, which means I don't need to actually do this within a constructor. I can just do this after the fact. So I could just do within FNF application, wherever you're called. Down here, yeah, this turducken of complexity. So we have an actual balance data here. Why not also a public? Actually, are you? Okay, we're gonna look at you later. I'm sorry, what? What did I call this? This should be recognized. It's whole states. Oh, states. I don't know, that doesn't seem like a good name. What if? We can actually just call init right here if we wanted to. In fact, I can probably put this in the constructor and it'll be fine. Yeah, I have to deal with that at some point. Anyways, you need balance. No, not back in balance. And you also need the list. But I don't have that list for you. We're gonna have to make that. That's okay. We can make anything happen. You just gotta believe. Okay. go about doing this? Let me catch up in chat real quick. What's going on, K9? For some reason, this makes me feel like I should lock in. Lock in, brother? Just gotta get in there, man. Are you speed coding, or are you just pressing random keys to look like you know what you're doing? No, when I'm thinking, sometimes I just move stuff up and down, and then once I know what I want to do, usually I'm pretty decent at typing it out, except sometimes I fumble, and that's just life. But, you know, that's just how it is. What's up, Fishy Zoomer? You let who dealt with? You do be clicky clacky. What's up, Monsey? You should lock in regardless. There's a time for locking in. There's time for I don't know, tomfoolery. I'm coming back from a vacation where I was not locked in, and I think that did me very good. What is all this? Oh, this is all the transition stuff. Yeah. I did that a while. Okay, that was a long while ago. Okay, let's deal with the registry thing. I was thinking about some way of maybe doing it like, but there's no way of just getting the like, do scriptable objects have a because I don't want to make another scriptable object where you have to manually set each new item. But if scriptable objects have like a runtime function per instance, then I can like do a static thing and then let these run, but that seems very jank and bad and probably not what you're supposed to do. Ooh, scriptable object, that's a spawner. Yeah, I wouldn't think scriptable objects would have any kind of like lifetime functions, but you never know. Anything's possible in Unity. Let's see what they've done. Come on, they usually have like a thing that shows all the functions for scriptables. Come on, documentation, work with me. Or you know what? Oh, here we go. Okay, they have messages on enable. It's called when the object is loaded. Ooh, I kind of like that. I just don't know when the object is loaded and how that differs between editor and builds. But you know, they have awake is started. Okay. I'm feeling, this feels positive. Because instead of having like an annoying, you know, I have to make another thing and I have to manually set every single item there, I could just do, this is the vision, right? This is the idea. This is the goal. List hull. In fact, we're gonna be just extra trash today. It's okay. We don't care. We don't care. Hulls, right? And then within the hull individually, you'd have some kind of awake, which you do, and then you do fnf application dot hulls dot add this. And you know what? Maybe it'll be a little bit more like if we're having double dipping and things are being called multiple times, and hopefully having this be a hash set would be good enough, because then you can just, you know, it will throw if it tries adding the same thing again. I believe that's how it works. I'm pretty sure hash set should throw if you try adding duplicates, but I actually don't know that for a fact. Maybe dictionary. I know dictionaries do that. Do you have to go to MSDN? Hash set add. And let's see if Microsoft has documented what this does if you try adding it twice. Exceptions, any exceptions? This capacity of internal array, this method is O of 1 function. Okay, they don't say anything about it. Thank you, Microsoft. I appreciate it. So we're gonna do this because they do return a Boolean value, right? True if element is added. False. Okay, no. So no, it does not throw. Okay, so we're gonna make that happen. So we're gonna do some big software engineering. Microsoft made sure that this doesn't crash your application. If you try doing something, if you try adding a duplicate value to your hash set, well, we're gonna say, nah, I'm gonna throw anyways. You try to keep me from breaking my ankles on a razor scooter. Well, guess what? I'm gonna do it anyways. Oopsie. Accidentally added twice my B. Splendid. And now we're going to see just how great this works. Also, we should go back to the FNF application. We should probably make a new instance for this so that we don't get a null reference exception. And then within here, we should probably pass in. We don't have to pass this explicitly in now because we just have holes here, but whatever. Also, there's no longer a list. This is a hash set. So make with that what you will. Game. Actually, do we even need this? Wait. This is not used at all. I don't need this. I'm curious though. Let's see what what gets added. Oh wait, it's not gonna work because again, application broken, right? Yeah, that's probably not gonna be good for us. Oh well. Okay. Well, we'll put a pin in that. Why do you use? I'm using C#. I highly recommend Goldlink, my own language. It's such a sales. I'm not knocking your language, man. It's just such a funny it's like a salesman kind of tactic. Oh, you have this ailment? Here, I recommend my solution, my ointment. Again, I'm not knocking you. The presentation was funny to me. Code River, you're getting more tied to the engine and not just utilizing your own file.dat. Yeah, it's true. I can ride with no handlebars. Yeah, I like having an engine agnostic dev kit, but there's also quite a bit of the dev kit that's or still tied to it. I don't know. The whole idea is that eventually I'm just gonna switch to my own thing anyway. So a lot of stuff is a sunk cost anyways. Hey, what's going on, Clem? The server. You feel me? You know what I'm talking about? But yeah. I don't know. Either way, this is a not super critical thing. Because we don't need it anymore. We actually don't need this registry. I'm probably going to need it for the UI stuff, so if I can be lazy about it, great. If not, oh well. So, where am I? We're doing something. Right, FNF application. You're no longer needed. I can get rid of this. I can get rid of this. I'll go back to your usage. I'm sorry, there is a usage of you. You're just wrong. Okay, and that's solved. So what other parts of the code base are broken now? Let's see here. Oh, but that's shop view. We don't care about shop view. You're being deleted anyways. Yeah, your loss will not be felt. Yeah, goodbye shop view. No one liked you. Shop UI item. Yeah, no one likes you either. Goodbye. Good day, sir. Good day. Okay, Okay, now let's see what other errors have sprouted up in its absence. Hey, that's not that bad. Garage view. Yeah, there's no more shop view. I do want to make a new one though, which is going to be, we're going to call it the, I don't know, folder. I'm sorry, I thought I created a folder. We're going to call it online shopping, or the online shop view. That's not describing what it is. Machine view, I guess. Vehicle view. Whatever it is. Actually, you belong in there, actually, now that I realize that. And in fact, do I want you to be isolated, or should you be tied to something else? We have the whole set. Yeah, this is all like stuff just to set up the presentation and view. And then we have the logic here for handling incrementing and decrementing. Okay, cool. So that's not bad. That's not bad. So I guess we have to do a whole view, because I kind of want to keep them separate, because they should be separate. And you're going to be pretty straightforward. Yeah, we don't even think cache it. We could just directly access it. Okay, so what is needed for this? We're probably going to want to have buttons for left arrow, and another one for right arrow. Okay, I'm sorry, you're wrong. You're not a, what's a HID button? No. Yes, this is fine. Maybe we'll show like the previous ones too. Nah, I want this to feel like a Y2K website. They don't have polish like that. And then finally, purchase, which may or may not have other text too. I might have just both of these. Purchase equipped. Actually, we're gonna have something here. We're gonna have whole and then equipped. Okay. Oh, you know what? We have that. We also have another thing for like. I'm pretty sure we did a thing for saving your vehicle configuration. Yeah, what is... Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're replacing you. And now you're going to be... I'm probably going to make one unified shop view or something. It's going to be different. Okay, so we have these assets, or these references that should for sure happen. We're probably going to have some kind of index as well. And we'll probably start with the index of the hull you've selected. So we probably need to have a way of getting index, now that I think about it. Let's go on here. What is this, i3? Yeah, we're using i3. Life is good in i3. I'm glad to hear that, Travis. Do you have any recommendations for someone getting into coding for video games? The only recommendations I have is just to get into it, man. Just start using an engine or a tool. Start coding. Honestly, the most important thing is just doing stuff. Yeah, like there's like, I don't know how to describe it. You might not think it's, you might be sitting and looking at your dinky GameMaker project that doesn't look great or whatever and doesn't play good at all. In fact, doesn't even have much mechanics. And most people would look at that and be like, that's dumb, dude. You're not learning anything. But you are. There is learning that's happening there. And there's also confidence you get because you start understanding how to do a thing. And that's something you start building off of, right? And I say this as an example because that's me. Like, I started with GameMaker, trying to make an object, trying to make a Launch Octopus Mega Man game, and failed horribly at it. And the reality is that you're going to be failing a lot. Quote unquote failing. Starting projects and not finishing them. And that's actually good. That's actually great. The more new projects you start getting into and trying things differently, the more you start building up some knowledge and you start seeing paths all of a sudden, right? Woods that you went into and that felt like unknown and foreign start becoming a bit more, you start recognizing landmarks. And you start seeing where paths would lead you. So, just start doing stuff, man. Start trying to make the game that you want to make. If you succeed in finishing it, great. If you don't, perfectly fine, dude. Don't sweat about it. In fact, honestly, I think it's very important to fail often and frequently. That's where you learn the most. And then once you've gotten significant experience, that's when you can start making more confident bets and investing much more of your time long term on bigger projects. Hull, left arrow, button, action button, purchase, equipped, right. So we have to have this. I also want to get there's gonna be like a with a configuration. You know what I don't like is that hash set is not deterministic. And in fact, the way we're doing this is not going to be determined. We need to enforce determinism within how we're adding our hulls. I don't like how this is going to work. So, yeah, I'm kind of we're gonna deal with that later. We're just gonna get a list some way, somehow, and we're just gonna trust that this is gonna provide them at some point correctly. Oh, you know what? We also have to get like the current equipped one. Do we have? I know. I feel like I did something before. Maybe I deleted it already. For saving data. Let's go here. I'm glad I actually put all my game data in one spot. So you have balance data, chip, upgrade, save. Interesting. I don't think we're using you anymore though. Oh, but we can upgrade a buddy. Maybe we'll keep that still intact. There's hull color save, which is probably going to remain just as is for the time being. So I'm cool with that. Nope, we're not going to. Hull color utilities, that's not save data. So I might remove that. Run record, ship config. Yeah, I don't think we have something for saving your vehicle config. So let's do that. Now we're just defining all the data that needs to be saved in the game. Or honestly, maybe we don't even need to do that. We have the whole whole state, right? I mean, this sounds kind of not great, but what if we had this, you know, just save whatever hull was currently selected. What is, oh yeah. Honestly, I gained a jump in passion for writing, but instead of writing for my game, I said, screw it, and started working on my fan fiction. Hey, man, that's totally fine. There's a lot of people who start off, like, trying to make games, but it turns out their passion's actually, like, writing stories. That's a common one, actually. Or maybe not common, I don't know, the statistics of it. But I've encountered that before, right? Or film, or other things. Sometimes we like games a lot, but it turns out the things we liked about games that we wanted to recreate are not necessarily the mechanics themselves or the actual game, but rather experiences within it or components of the game, which in and of themselves are their own art forms. Yeah, what are we gonna do here? Maybe I can do like a try equipped if you want to catch, like, prevent equipping something that you don't actually own. So if you don't contain that, you return false. Cool. I like that. I can dig that. So we actually have to get like which we needed anyways. So it's actually a happy accident. All this is consolidated in the most convenient way possible, which makes me very happy. The only thing is, there's one last thing I need to do, which is expose that. Which honestly, we can just do this. No! And then you simply become current selected. Cool. And then here, get the whole index. Application. Of course, you have to do count. I'm realizing now that Hashcat may not be great for this because, yeah, I'm gonna have to like do. Come on, just do. Don't like that, but whatever. Because then I can actually access the individual elements. So false. And if not, I don't know. -1, let's say. We'll deal with that error case later. Thanks for telling me that asking people to download my game is kind of not smart. I uploaded to GX Games now, so they won't need to download anything. Do it way better. Let's go, Fishy Zoomer. Glad to see that, man. Can't wait to give it a try then, man. On my end, then, dude. Pretty smooth, just like a tight lager. It's like 4.6%, not super strong. I can drink like 2 or 3 beers. I'm chilling. Oh snap, dude. Doesn't refresh rate of the screen and the blur pixels hurt your eyes? Not really. I don't know. We'll see when I visit the doctor. Make a simple game and see like magic numbers with printf and then same. What was going on here? I was stuck in tutorial hell for a bit, building calculators and calendar apps I would never actually use. When I found a project I wanted to build, it was a whole new game. Let's go, dude, Royalty. I'm attempting to learn Unreal Engine, but I don't understand C++ at all. Scripting isn't very easy either, but I do understand it a little bit. Also, Royal, I'm currently stuck in tutorial hell. I can't seem to retain the info from these tutorials and constantly have a reference. Some merit to it. I just have to focus on the right information. I see like magic numbers with printf and C++. Yeah, I can feel that. I feel that. Bones are good. That's usually kind of what I recommend. Yeah, like tutorial hell is like, it's bad. And like, you mentioned not being able to absorb stuff, and I think there's something about it where, like, information that you're just getting for the sake of information doesn't quite stick, right? But information that solves a particular problem in a goal you're actively trying to pursue, that sticks. Like, I know the example for me is that, like, you know, I was taught about interfaces and abstract classes in college, and I was like, I don't get the point of this. This seems kind of whatever. And then, you know, later on when I was at work and there's a problem I was designing, and the dude was like, hey, have you tried using a strategy pattern? And I was like, why? What is that? Why do you want to do? And they explained, and I started seeing, oh, there's actually how you, like, an application of the interface, which is cool. And then I decided to never again and just use enums and okay, I'm joshing a bit, but you get the idea though, right? So like, as opposed to doing tutorial hell, I think it's better to just have a project you want to do, and then you're not going to know the stuff for it, but you can start by learning the building pieces to get to where you want to go, right? So like, if you know nothing about making games and, you know, you want to make a 2D platformer, and you hear, oh, there's, you know, you should use engines and whatever, all right, pick an engine, great. And then the first thing you ask yourself is like, okay, how do I get like a sprite on the screen? And you do a little bit of Googling, maybe watch a YouTube video, and bam, you got a sprite on the screen. Cool. How do I make it move when I press like D or W or whatever? And then you Google and look up that, and then you start, you know, you start building stuff incrementally until you get the functionality you want. And that's a very fun process, and it's very different because then all of a sudden when you learn that way, things stick, because that's like, that was a block that you needed to do the cool thing. And it's not like a calculator app, or it's not just like it's your own personal thing you're doing. Okay, what was I doing? I was doing something. Yeah, there's like a reason, like even to this day, I still remember like, oh yeah, if I want to do input in GameMaker, you do like VK. I forgot. It's like VK underscore get or something. Or actually no, it was I forgot actually. It is down, and then I was like VK underscore and then up or down. Or if you're typing letters, you have to do ORD and then no, you type ORD and then like stop it. ORD and then like the letter of the thing on the keyboard you want to get. Like this. Not without this though. Not perfect, but you get the idea. It's like get key down, I think. Get key down, parentheses VK up, and then if you want to use letters, ORD. Game Maker brained. Are you originally a game developer, or do you have a different background? I never worked professionally in games. I just made games for fun. Okay, update visual. Actually, what am I doing? No, not. Get hull index. We get that. Should probably get hulls as well. Should probably just cache this at some point. Yeah, we should probably just do that. Or actually, better yet, instead of doing a knit, we'll just use a lifetime function. And this gets changed to be holes. We no longer do this. You instead become preceded by underscore. We're good. And then we just do raw. Actually, no. We do I like this more. Dot main texture equals current dot image. Where are you? Where are you? Whole front. Oh, we might have to have like a couple here actually. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be a little bit of a pain. They have a sprite binding animation system. You take in just texture. Oh, wait, it. Can I just do this? No. Okay. Do I really need to make my whole sprite binders? I don't know. That was an open door I gave to myself, but I'm not sure if I'm actually going to utilize it. What's going on, Sis Hall? Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. ASCII sprite, triangle, Gaussian splat. Oh my goodness, the pipeline is crazy. What are you working on? I'm doing some big refactors on my game project. So we're breaking stuff, but it's good. Sometimes you just gotta do that in the code base, you know? Just rip out everything. So we get this, we set this. We should probably, yeah, there's other things we need to do. There's gonna be things like okay. And what are we gonna do? The simple logic of this is gonna be equal to we have to do math utility wrap. I have a wrap function. We're gonna be wrapping, and I forgot the order of this as I usually do. Okay, and I did overload, so I can't just, yeah. Yeah, you tell me the data types, but not what is what. There's value and min-max. Of course, I should have just known that. Okay, value, min-max. Okay. So it'd be current index -1, 0, and then holes count. Okay. This makes sense to me. Mono repo, mono branch. Wait, what's going on here? Okay. So we're gonna do the same thing here, except now we increment current index +1. Simple. And now we're going to do clicked observable as observable. Yep. You like this? Put it right here. Okay, so we have left arrow, we have that behavior. We should probably also do add to. That'd be kind of important. Cool, so we have left arrow, we have right arrow. We should probably, yeah, we're calling the correct function for that. Perfect, okay. Now, we also have to do update visual call here so that the UI is in the correct state after you press these arrows. We're probably going to do this on perform action. Maybe? I don't know. We'll see. So, oh, you know what? We also have to have another image here. Indicating what state the hole is. Is it purchased? Is it available for purchase? Do you have too much, too little money? What's the deal here? The coding manifesto, no dev, push straight to prod. Oh, mono as in one, so one repo, one branch. Exactly, dude. That's beautiful, man. That's how it's supposed to be, man. You can't be out here wrinkling our developers' brains with branches and Git flow and CI, continuous integration. Don't do that to the developers, no. Honestly, just having a repo is kind of too much, man. If it was up to me, we'd be on flash drives. We'd have one big script that is the entire code, all within one file. One computer, which is the programming computer, and in one chair, the programming chair, and each developer gets a time slot on that machine, writing onto that one file. Beautiful. That's how development should be. Mono file, yep. Mono file. And the cool thing is that we never save the file. It lives only on heap memory. We never write it to disk. Because backups are for cowards. And we only build once. Mono build. And if it works, it's great. And if it doesn't, the company goes under. That's a real man's startup. That's a real man startup right there. That's a startup that'll give you chest hairs. That's what I'm saying. Oh yeah, we have to figure out what we're going to do here. And right, we have to have current hull state. Which we have to kind of derive that from a number of factors. In fact, maybe I should just do that here. So the enum is going to emerge again, but it's going to be very contextual to just this. Maybe not, I don't know. Alright, bro, what's going on? How does it take for you to master Vim? I think you can get very usable at Vim within like a week or two. That's been my experience. Vim has been, like the first week is bad. You're going to be answering emails in a very weird way. You're going to mess up stuff. You're going to send embarrassing messages to coworkers. Like half typed out messages. And that's just going to be your life, okay? However, Once you get past that 1 week and a half, you're gonna be, that's your brain enlightens, and you're gonna be able to just do stuff. Because really, like Vim, there's only so much you really need to know, honestly, to like do a lot of the things you need to do. Like, yeah, you're gonna have to get used to navigation. So JK, HL, that's one thing. You're gonna have to get used to the idea of just being in a certain mode at any given time. But then, like, you know, after that, and then end-lined, end of word, and beginning of word, that's not that bad. Like, think about it this way, right? The E key takes you to the end of the word. The B key takes you to the beginning of the word. So that's not a big deal. And then like up and down, like jumping up and down, it's just Control D for down, Control up for up, Control U for up. It's actually not that bad. And then, like, yeah, there's visual mode, and you could do a bunch of stuff with that. But, like, you know, you just need to know Shift V, and that's like literally all I do. Shift V to delete. And then, of course, there's yoink input, right? So Y and P. But that's about it. Like, that's literally all there is, man. That's all there is. It's gonna be beautiful, man. Nah, don't be like that, Coco Nut. Don't be like that. I understand the trepidation for Vim. Vim can be kind of scary, dude. It was scary for me. I remember the first week of doing it, I was like, oh my goodness, is this all right? Because you're like a little butterfly in a cocoon, right? You're like a little caterpillar who went into a cocoon, and that first week, you're in the process of melting from a caterpillar into eventually a butterfly. But you're not a butterfly yet, so you're in this like weird, soupy state, and if anyone rips open your cocoon, GG, now you're just living like a, like a puddle. Right? But you just gotta commit to it. You're gonna be in the cocoon. Your body's gonna be melted. But once you get past the cocoon, you're gonna come out as a beautiful Vim butterfly. And you're gonna be flapping your wings over those who don't use Vim. But just know that in the process of learning Vim, your body's gonna melt down a little bit, and it's okay. It's okay, dude. It's okay. It has to happen. Just don't get out of your cocoon early, and you're gonna be fine, dude. The configuration, Adam, you don't need to configure Vim. I'm using a default Vim. That's all you need. That's all you need is default Vim. Life is good, dude. And there's actually a website called Vim Hero that has some type things to help to learn Vim hotkeys. Let's go. Royalty. Out here with the elite knowledge. Vim Hero. My underwater navigation model failed off the coast of Queensland, Australia. I neglected the reef factor. That's a good one, Timothy. That's actually a good one. I'm convinced. Let's go, Kai. We got a Vim believer in the house. Space Max Force. The butterfly is not the same being as the caterpillar. The brain literally dissolves. But another fun fact, Strofin. The butterfly carries the memories of the caterpillar. The butterfly carries the memories of the caterpillar. What am I doing? You're gonna be called privately. Update visuals. Right, sure, doing stuff here. Reset the hull here. What else do we gotta do? Is that it? I guess maybe we'll be fun and add some flavor text too. Yeah, and I'm using Text Mesh Pro again, guys. I know. Maybe I'll switch back to my own custom text system. For right now, we're just gonna use Text Mesh Pro to get this going, and then I'll wrestle with getting my cool looking font system back in. I mean, it's there. It's a hassle to set up. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. The system I wrote is a little bit of a hassle to set up, but when she's going great. Kind of, and unless you have like a font that doesn't. Don't worry about it. Anyways, What are we doing? I should just... What am I doing, dude? In fact, you're just gonna do... Just call it a hull. That's all you are. Oh, there's some other things like DAW to like delete a word. Just little stuff like that. Little stuff like that. Becomes handy though. Okay. That's why you're mad at me. Okay. Okay, cool. So you have this, name, description. We're gonna add some fun flavor text. Does it have the memory? I know caterpillars have things called imaginary discs. Those are the things that don't dissolve in the goop and they know which parts to become. Yeah, so there's like a research paper that was done where they, I forgot what it was, but they did some like operant conditioning to a caterpillar. Or like, I forgot what it was. I think they shocked it like when, I can't remember what it was. It was some thing where they introduced some stimuli to it with a sound of like, with a certain sound, and they conditioned the caterpillar to like, you know, react to it. And then after it turned into a butterfly, the butterfly reacted to the same stimuli, which indicated that the butterfly still had the same memories of the caterpillar, which is pretty gnarly. But that's just off my memory. I don't recall the actual specifics. I just remember hearing that one day and be like, that's pretty cool. Okay, what are we doing? Right, so action. So what are we gonna do? We have to get the state. So first we're gonna check to see if is purchased. Darn you, Dinkelberg. Am I gonna have to do this every single time? I probably should just cache it at this point. Okay, what are we gonna do? We're gonna be changed. Ooh yeah, okay, almost, but yeah, ooh yeah. Nope. Nope. Almost. But nope. But super close. Okay, that was not a simple Vim thing, that was like a multi-step thing with Vim that took me a while to finally remember. So yeah, don't stress that you can't do that one. I can't do that one. It doesn't always work the way I want it to either way too. Okay, so if it's purchased, then we're gonna do the it's purchased thing and just return early because there's nothing to do. If hull states try purchase hull. Actually, this is going to change based off of the state of this button, because the button can be in a number of different states that have different like desired behaviors. Now that I think about it, there's a state where the hull is like either purchased and unpurchased, and the actions are gonna be different. So if it's purchased, you actually want to equip the hull. Try equipped. The current one we have selected, and then return. Or I guess, and then update visuals and then return. Otherwise, if it's not purchased, then we attempt to do the purchase. and we'll do different things based off of, you know, play bad sound or something. Or play good sound. And then change state to equipable. And that's going to be done by update visuals, I think. Yep. I'm going to try it, to be honest. Let's go, Royalty. Accidental Sora, what's going on, Accidental Sora? Hey, he's back. Yeah, I'm back. Hope it's going well. Thanks for being an inspiration to me. Keep learning. Well, I'm glad I could be an inspiration, man. But you got it in you, man. The desire to learn, the desire to do that stuff, man. You got it, dude. It's all in your wheelhouse. Don't put stock in put in discipline, drive your boat. I can't say the same thing, Strofin. I'm very much like a by the wind. I don't know. I know we've done some streams where I'm like not in the mood to work on this game. And, you know, we just kind of powered through it. I'm not sure if that was beneficial or not. Probably, but I don't know. I'm also like, I don't, because I've been seeing these trend of like YouTubers making videos about, hey, willpower is overrated. And I don't quite agree with that either. But I think there is some value to like capitalizing on just, hey, dude, I'm inspired, I'm motivated, I have a vision for the thing I want to do. Let's just rip it, dude. But I think for me, I'm very much oriented around like the vision, right? So I'm pursuing it not necessarily because out of discipline, but maybe out of like I see the thing, I see the end goal, and I feel like I'm so close. I don't know. I also just enjoy programming, so it's always fun to do this kind of thing. What are we doing here? Because this is going to mutate state. This is going to mutate state. So when we call update visuals, it's going to fundamentally like update it correctly. So like we're having something respond to the user input directly, but then we have update visuals just setting things correctly based off of that. So the thing we need to do is button state. Which is going to be like, I don't know. Are we going to have to do this comparison again? I guess it's going to be based off of is purchased. Oh, I guess we have to have another thing. Is equipped. Interesting. So these are the same, that means you equipped it. Nice. Bad state, no way, what? This application. You're not my UI logic, get out of here. Okay, now we're gonna have our divergent behavior. So how we're gonna do this? Whole states. And, no, not init, is equipped. And another one of is purchased. Yes. Okay, so if it's purchased, we're gonna have this like extra condition of is it equipped? Otherwise, I don't like this. I don't like this at all, but I can't. I feel like this is just gonna emerge naturally. If this is the last state thing we do, then I could do early returns to kind of make it more reasonable. Because then we could do like... Cryptid. Here we have to check to see if we can afford it too. Can't afford. That's an important distinction. And that requires something else. Or maybe you just like, because this is all contextual to the same thing. Can afford. And it's just gonna be, nope. Actually, no, what am I doing? Balance. Okay, we can't escape this. We actually have to expose balance. Yeah, so we're gonna just do... I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Or maybe I can just do like a public get and private set thing. I'm pretty sure I should be able to do that. Change that little b to a... No, not valence. Valence. Valence electrons, dude. You guys know about valence electrons and the octet rule and about ionic bonds and covalent bonds? Neither do I. But it's fun to say those words. What kind of keyboard is that? It's a Ergodox split keyboard. I'm new and I think coding is hard for me, but I like it. Should I pursue coding or do I need to learn the basics? I mean, coding, what basics is there beyond coding, man? I mean, if you like it, just do it, dude. I think that's actually the best way to approach it is, hey, I like programming, so I'm just going to keep doing it. Irrespective of, hey, is this going to give me a job or not or whatever? Nah, dude, just program. And I think you'll learn some of the basics along the way by doing that. That being said, there's things that I would recommend. There's things like, you know, I could tell you like, hey dude, you should learn some basic C, learn some malloc. Actually, first, look at this. This is like the basic rubric, but like it's good stuff to know. Like, learn what primitive data types are, learn what variables are, learn what structs are, learn what a for loop and control flow is. So like if statements, switch statements. Learn your loops, for loops, while loops. You know, and I think if you do a project, you're gonna encounter this stuff anyways, right? But that's like the most important, like, basic building blocks that every language pretty much has. Wait, what did you said? Crap and strudel. I have a machine that can tell your country of origin just by listening to your accent. When I use it on you, the result was 80% Naples, 20% cat, meaning you're a cat from Naples. The magical kingdom of Naples and the magical princess of cats. You're a Neapolitan cat. Hey man, you know what? I'm down. I'm cool with that. Oh, this is in Japanese. Okay, I don't know enough. I need to practice. Dake de something 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 ga. Well, I'm saving this, dude. I'm gonna take a little. In fact, where's Flame Shot? I'm taking a little flame shot of this. That's funny. I'm not gonna lie, you scared me a little bit. So I was like, oh, is this like the beginning of it? I was like, is this am I getting doxxed today? Like, what's happening? But I'll take being a cat, a Napoleon cat. Thanks for hanging out. Cause gonna wander off for a bit. Might catch you later. You have a good one, Syndicate. I gotta go to work and go read that. Yeah, Syndicate. That was a pretty cool one. Thank you. Thank you for that. Try purchase haul. And I was doing something. Okay, guys, 1 second. I need to use the bathroom. I need to take a little bathroom break. But what's a good high score theme? Let me put some music in the background real quick. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, we're back. That wasn't that bad. That was like 1 or 2 minutes. That was a quick one. And you know what, guys? Remember to refuel. Remember, it's time. You gotta refuel a little bit. Nothing's more refueling than some Cheetos. Gosh, dude. I wish I was You know, I don't want to be. It's weird, right? I have a moral conundrum, right? Because we're not monetizing this channel. I don't want money to be involved. I also feel weird taking sponsorships. However, I'm not gonna lie. If I was sponsored by like Cheetos or something, or like Famous Dave's Barbecue, like we'd make a whole thing out of that. Like, it'll be hilarious, dude. I wouldn't even be hungry for barbecue sauce, but I'd be like, all right, guys, trying to get some it's sauce in time, and then we just dump some Dave's Sweet Baby Ray's into our. I forgot what the brand is, but we'll be doing goofy stuff, man. I gotta say these puffs though, I can't look at them because like I don't like them. I have this association of Toy Story with that toy collector, and whenever I see this and I eat it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's me. I am the middle-aged man who's obsessed with toys. I feel like I'm taking a step towards that man. But it's delicious, so like, what can you do, man? And hey, it has no food coloring, so it's totally healthy, guys. No food coloring in these, so you know it's basically an apple. Baja Blast sponsorship, yeah, dude. Yeah, if I get a Baja Blast sponsorship, I'm gonna be like, alright, guys, you know what time it is. My keyboard sounds a little dry, it's time to lubricate it, and we're just gonna pour a Baja Blast all over the keyboard. Some people use lube for their key switches. Here at Cozy Cabin Games, we love using Baja Blast. What's going on, Loli? Lol. Is the place to be, yeah. One day you'll see a bit more of my basement. Great movie, yeah, great movie. Great movie, Toy Story. Alright. That's enough Tetris. I'm sorry, there's people who don't like snacking. But sometimes they get a little bit peckish. He blamed man for being a bit peckish. I don't think you can. We're gonna do some gaming stuff at some point, dude. I don't know, guys. I think I want to keep this channel just focused on deving. I asked Morgan about this, but I wonder, Syndicate, what would be your preference? I almost thought about like doing game streams on just Twitch only. I go to Twitch just for playing video games. That's like having off hours. Okay, so what do we do here? Right. So you have to have a couple different states because we have. Honestly, the people. Mono keyboard, the whole team on the one keyboard clacking away. That'd be hilarious. Brought to you by Taco Bell Explosive Timer. Oh, man. I would love to get the most I would like totally monetize the crap out of this channel. If it was for a funny sponsorship, I'd be so down for that. Like, I'd put like a Taco Bell symbol on here, dude. My background would be just like Taco Bell. It wouldn't be nature. It would just be like, I don't know, a zoom in of like the Baja Blast with the Taco Bell logo on it. I would get like a little bath and have my keyboard be inside of it. And it'll be like programming on a keyboard submerged in Baja Blast ASMR. I'll do something so stupid for that. This is gonna be called You Are Broke. The You Are Broke state. Yep, that's the state. The whoopsie, you're broke. Sorry to tell you this. If you don't like snacking someone definitely hurt you as a child. Y'all need to use some like punctuation or something. I read these statements and it makes me think you're like a crazy person until like I fill in the gaps. The bathroom breaks would just be the bell gong sound on repeat. Oh my goodness. A fluid cooling rig exclusively full of Baja Blast. Yeah, I'll put like I'll make my CRT Baja Blast cooled. Go Baja Blast everything, dude. Go Baja Blast this whole code base, dude. What am I doing? I'm doing something. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna copy these. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. I'll totally be. That'd be fun. I should probably put my email out so people can contact. In case Taco Bell, like in case like the VP of marketing is watching this stream and they're like, "Geez, man, I want to get this cozy guy to sponsor our Baja Blast." They gotta have a contact. They gotta be able to contact me. Okay. No, you're gonna be false. And you're gonna be... we can condense this into like... Oh, this is gonna be so beautiful. You're gonna see like this whole thing get condensed. Oh, baby. This is gonna be beautiful. Unless it's not, but I think it's gonna be absolutely beautiful. Just you wait. So truthfully, we only have 3 booleans here. Bool purchased. Yes. Equipped. Equipped. Okay, very nice. Okay. And finally, can't afford. Because we have these things. So the purchase button is only available if purchased is false and equipped is false. I mean, this is kind of self-explanatory. It shouldn't be equipped if it's... Well, we could be extra robust. Whatever. If, actually, no, this might be, yeah. Irrespective of can't afford. You are broke is active if purchased is false and can't afford is false and equipped is false. And then equipped is active if purchased, and yeah, that's it. Easy. Simple. Gaming crowds are toxic. I get toxic myself when among those groups. Yeah, I used to be like super into competitive fighting, and I used to love like, I don't know. There's something about being in a crowd that just gets you like, I don't know, man. We stream Gaming Channel versus Cody Channel. That's a tough call. You've cultivated a really chill, friendly gang here. You might accidentally attract a toxic crowd. That's true. That's true. But what if I'm toxic? Like, what if I start the gaming channel and we go Darth Cozy, Darth Cabin? There's no longer the gaming Cozy Cabin games. This is the I don't know, uncozy dungeon games. As a bozo, I have to agree. I never heard of Steve Jobs. I never heard of that guy either. Cozy bozo. Alright, so we have these. What's wrong here? Nope. That stays incorrectly named. I don't care. This truth table looks correct, and now we save ourselves this whole if statement. Beautiful. Isn't that lovely? So I believe this is correct. And current hull state. We're gonna have to set the correct image for that. Or do we? I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Okay, I think we have the UI implemented for the most part. I think it should just be fine. Don't you love writing a ton of code and not testing it at all? That's a great place to be in, dude. Nothing but confidence. What was it doing? Huh? What? Oh, right. Balance. Yeah, we're doing balance is greater than or equal to hull dot price. Yep. Okay, we're good there. Would this compile? Of course not. Why are you mad at me? Oh. Right, because you haven't figured out the buddy system thing. We have to implement that too. The dark side. We have cookies. Oh my goodness, Travis. I haven't heard that meme in forever. Monocompile. Only compile once at the end of the session. Yep, monocompile. This is and we're unironically doing like the whole mono thing, dude. Splendid even. Okay, we have a thing here for the buddy. Buddy, I'm less confident about how we're gonna implement that. If I'm gonna be real with you. Not sure how to handle that. If it's gonna be based off of, are you purchasing buddies? Are you discovering buddies? I think we're discovering buddies. I don't even know what the UI for that's gonna look like, honestly. If I'm gonna be real with you, don't know how we're gonna go about presenting it. Maybe there's gonna be like a living room or a separate room that's gonna have all the animals hanging out there. That's probably what's gonna be. Yep, we're gonna just do that. Yep. Okay. Cool. So we're gonna do. What are we doing? We're doing. Well, we have the chip upgrade save thing, which is gonna be really the buddy. I don't have a diegetic way of representing this. The buddy upgrade save. The buddy and integer. Increment upgrade, buddy, get level of buddy, and then, yeah. Not sure how we're gonna deal with that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like Scoob? Okay, anyways. We can just call this like the buddy system or something. Actually, I'm gonna just call it the buddy system. That's all it's gonna be called. It's gonna contain the upgrades and it's gonna contain your currently equipped buddy. Yeah, I like the buddy system. I like this. You can have a little bit of fun in your code base. Why code recreationally? Am I right? Cozy Bozos drive hotted up rigs. Dude. That sounds like a very under the table shop. I think it's Cozy, I love you, but you didn't even repeat my swear when I typed it out earlier. Come on, I'm sorry, I like keeping things PG. What can I say? I know exactly what the dark side looks like. I used to hang out with who's James Midlife Crisis live stream? It's wild dark, but sometimes funny in a 100% not PC way. It has the... Oh. Okay. What's going on, Boseem? The setup is really cool. Envious of that CRT. Hey, dude. You don't have to be envious. You can find one for pretty cheap, depending on where you're at. I got this for like $50. $50. And the converter is not that much more expensive either. It's not too crazy. You can have this. Not mine. This is mine. You cannot have this one. But you can have one like it, similar to it, but different. Unless it's the same brand, Magnavox and everything, then it's very similar. Okay, what are we gonna do, dude? What are we gonna do? Hey, what's going on, Sia? He's gaming, I'm not gaming. Right now I'm breaking things. I'd like to do a gaming stream one day. But right now, I'm just in my basement, breaking code. And like last stream, we're gonna make sure our parents don't know about it. We cannot let our parents know we entered STEM. You're gaming the work. Yes, gaming the work. I'm working to game. That's really what's going on here. Buddy, increment, get level. Okay, we made a buddy system, and now let's get the buddy reserve. Tell your mom you're breaking the code. No, don't tell my mom I'm coding. Like yesterday, or not yesterday, last, whatever. I still remember my dad sat me down and said, son, I don't want to see you becoming an engineer. Don't go into STEM. Why can't you just do a stable job? Like being a free-form guitarist. Son, how dare you? Alright. I'm trying to do a joke, but at the same time, I forgot what I'm writing here. Is public void what? Bool. Try. Get. Buddy. And we have to have like a public private hash set of like your buddies. Unlocked. There we go. We're gonna make it new. Hopefully you're doing well though. You're sure you saw him say that to me? Yeah, at Thanksgiving. He was like, how dare you, son, become a... I can't believe it, son. Son, you have a 401k? Who are you? I don't know you. Hopefully you're doing well today, though. Hopefully the 3D modeling is treating you well. Getting that work done did. Bool, try get buddy. Try equipped buddy. That's a better way of saying it. Equipped. Equipped. Maybe today we'll do some pixel art. I still have the designs my niece... This buddy system is not my idea. It's my niece's idea. And she gave me these sketches with the buddies to add into the game. Cozy Cabin employee number 1. So, we'll see if maybe we can put the buddies into the game once we finish unbreaking the code. Packing for Greece? Oh my goodness. You're Greece time? Is it greasing time? Let's go, dude. Well, it sounds like a lot of fun. Hopefully you have a good time in Greece. How long is that flight? Out of curiosity. When I do my flights to Puerto Rico, I feel like I'm dying and it's only 5 hours. And I'm like, oh my goodness, how do people fly super international? Okay, if unlocked contains buddy, turn true. False. Okay. Like 10 hours? Jeez, dude. Child labor GG, what? Real F3 game, and I see you all again. It's good to see you, man. Do you have any games that are playable that I could check out? You can check out my Newgrounds. Most of the stuff is not like... I don't know. They're pretty old, or they're very underbaked. But you can look at Stain World Prototype. That's on there. Newgrounds. It's under Trixelbit. My old handle. The man I used to be. But now we're Cozy Gavin guys. Yeah, we have this one. Yeah, this is the prototype that I whipped up for like low poly day on Newgrounds. If you want to check out this game. Yeah, it's a whole thing. You know, for as rough as it was, I really like the ambience of this game. Yeah, you can check it out, and you can be. The people love this game. The people absolutely love this game. People have said such things as, let's see here. Let me find some good ones. Where's the good ones? Ah, there you. Oh, they're not that hateful. I was trying to find one. I remember like being when I dropped this case, I'm like stuff. I was like, oh, that kind of hurts. That's all right. There we go. The people love this game. As Sarah Tulu said, game is ass. I could not find a way to keep moving because it's so flipping impossible to complete. So, yeah, clearly, it's a game meant for everyone. Universally loved, appraised, and you will see it at the Game Awards show. But yeah, we'll see. We're gonna come back to Messy Mansion and actually finish that game up, probably. Like Tenazio model on that plane. Like 3D model. You confused me. I was like, dude, what do you mean 3D? What do you mean model on the plane? Did you walk down the runway or something, dude? Like, what kind of plane are you going on? Dang. Thinking of going to the Game Awards. Can't wait to see it there. Yep, it's gonna be fantastic. Yeah, I can't wait for my rabbi to get reformed at the game show when we go to present. It's gonna be great. Like a digital picture of her drawing because I haven't been able to make it out once. What's going on here? Maybe help with a family. Biz, really? I'm not even gonna say what I used to play on Newgrounds. Okay, well, that's gonna say secret, dude. What happens on Newgrounds stays on Newgrounds, dude. What are we doing here? Right. Current equals buddy. Otherwise, we no opt. Perfect. I'm happy with this. I need to figure out the UI for this, and then. Well, we're gonna have to do some assets very soon. Guys, I have some scary news for you. You're gonna have to see me 3D model some point soon. It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be rough, okay? But we gotta do it. We gotta do some 3D modeling. What can I say, man? We gotta get that 3D flip phone modeled out, and we have to do the cool menu idea now that was brought up last stream. Like, and I'm thinking about doing because I want to have the keychains on the flip phone too, because Anuska brought that up last stream, and I was like, dang, Anuska, that's a great freaking idea. But now I'm like, am I gonna have the main menu, the pause menu, be computationally more intensive than the main game? Because like to do that, you'd have to actually have like a physics collider on the flip phone and the chains, and there's gonna have to be like a simple like tether constraint to it, which is like not crazy, but it's just funny because it's like the only thing in the game that's really doing like physics computation like that. So it's like I've never seen a game where when you pause, the FPS dips down. Usually it dips up. I don't know, dude. I need a CRT. That looks cozy. What WM are you using? Window Manager? I'm using i3. Gavin. i3 is fantastic. I know I was talking to a Newgrounds legend. Yeah, dude. I wouldn't say Newgrounds legend if I'm gonna be honest. But Tom Fulp follows me. That's right, the Tom. That Tomothy Fulper. Yep. Ignore the fact that he like follows quite a lot of people there, but just forget about that for a second. I got noticed. Alright, what am I doing? Yeah, I'm doing data stuff. We have to get like the yeah, we have to do stuff. We have to do stuff. We have to get, I don't know, hull state. We need you. And then we have to get the buddy system. No, it's not gonna be crazy to do. What's going on here? Couldn't you make it an animation play out instead of simulating physics? Yeah, I was thinking about like potentially baking it so that you don't have to do that. But there's two caveats. I don't know how to do that in Blender. I don't know how to do that. So that's one thing. The other thing is, it'll be kind of cool if it was a little interactable. Like if you move the phone around to have it actually react to your user input. I don't know, there's something that's kind of cool about it. I mean, I'm kind of joshing about the physics computation costs because like we're not actually gonna model, like have the actual things used for physics calculations actually be the geometry. We'd use simple primitives like spheres, which are super cheap to calculate collisions with, but like at the same time it's kind of goofy because we've gone through quite a, like the whole idea of the game is that I want it to be able to run on a cheap $40 phone that we got, and so far we've been really good at that, and I'm pretty sure it should be fine, but I haven't profiled it, so we need to test it, and based off of that maybe we'll actually have to bake it, in which case I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know, I'll figure out something. Oh dude, we can always do like an FMV. That'd be actually kind of funny if we don't actually use like, we don't bake the 3D animation, but instead we do like we just render like a GIF or something and render that. Oh, that would be so goofy. That'd be kind of, that might kind of fit honestly, but oh dude, that's also like really goof trooping. Maybe I could do like some kind of because you can access the CPU information, so maybe I can be like, alright, your phone's strong enough, we'll do the actual thing, and then for those with super old phones or something, or underpowered phones, we just go, hey, you get the you get the GIF treatment. Honestly, that phone pause menu idea is so cute. I just need to see it come to fruition. Yeah, it's gonna happen soon. I was thinking about doing it today, but we're in refactor land right now. The thing is, like, I'm not a detail, like, it's weird, but I'm not a detail person, so I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. Maybe I'll like make a poll or something in the channel. I thought I typed this out. I don't know, I need to figure out what charms to add to this flip phone, because it's not enough just to have a flip phone. We want to have some character in it, so like I have to have some stuff. So I know like Anuska Bob like having a donut, or like maybe the little little version of the buddies. So maybe I'll start with that. I don't know though. Yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe I would do. I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. If not, we can just keep it kind of simple, but and have it be a static thing. But there's a game that does like a 3D UI really well, and I kind of want to do that as well. Okay, what are we doing? There's exceptions happening somewhere for some reason. Not exceptions, compile errors. And it's probably due to here. You're right here, yep. The buddy. I actually love that we have, it makes me so happy typing in buddy system. It's like, oh, I have a friend in the code. Usually the code is my adversary, not my buddy. Have it on theme with the game. Game UI Database is a website we all use to collect ideas. What? Is there a link? Is it just called Game UI Database? Yeah, I want this game to be very cutesy though. So like, we're doing yeah, I'm trying to integrate all the elements together. Yeah, but it'd be kind of cool to have like at least little charms of the buddies on the phone as well. Maybe even maybe the charms change and reflect the state of the game. Like you have buddies, you can upgrade them. You have like your engine and stuff that you can upgrade as well. So like maybe you have different charms of the buddy. Like maybe how many stars the buddy has also gets added as charms there, and how many whatever engine component is like the most upgraded thing is like a charm in there as well. That'd be kind of cool actually, because then like it's not just random. It's like actually representing parts of the state of the game. I don't know, but at the same time I want to have some like something more unique there though. Something that's not just game data, but rather like communicate something about the characters themselves. I don't know. Ideas. Equip charms as you level up the charms to change. Yeah. Or maybe it might be cool to have the player be able to customize that too. Just a little detail, but that'd be kind of cool. Hey, is the game not broken? Can I run? Let's see how... I'm kind of scared because we did some big... We changed numbers. Yeah. But yeah, imagine that like... Oh my goodness. Yeah, like this flips up and then the phone also slides along with it and then opens up and has like all these UI options are on there. Like that would be super cool. Like we did a sketch last stream of like what this might look like, which is this, and then like you'll see the player's thumb actually pop up and like navigate the UI on here too. Like I think that would be, this is like the move, man. We keep this cool shader. I'm happy with the shader. But we also have that on top of things too. But yeah, the game's not happy. Game is not happy. We've done many things, and the game is not happy. Where does bad things happen first? Oh, the buddy system, isn't it? Actually, no, it's a ship config? What? What? You're not happy? Why are you not happy? I thought we'd do a new, let's see, balance data, saves, run record. Do we not add a ship config? My stars, whoopsie. Let's fix that real quick. And we also have to add the buddy system. Easy. Hey buddy, have you worked on AAA type games? Nah. I'm low screaming, love the idea. Let's go. No, I haven't worked on AAA. I'm working. I work adjacent. I'm a software engineer in a not game related field at all. But a lot of the skill set transfers over, honestly. And honestly, a lot of the engine development stuff ideas I have kind of like been inspired by things I encounter over there, which is pretty cool. It's like so bizarre because I see like super crazy cutting edge stuff, but it's like not applied for games at all. It's applied for a very different use case, but like it's very odd. But it's really cool too. It's really cool. But yeah. We're gonna see what happens in Messy Mansion, man, because I'm still like I'm on the cusp of like just saying, yeah, we're just gonna rewrite it from scratch in our own engine project. But I don't know. I'm probably gonna take a break and we're just gonna do the ASCII quest game and then go from there. But yeah, I'm thinking actually, like, do I want to do the charm upgrade thing? Because then all of a sudden, like, you can collect buddies from the stages, and that's cool. You can collect charms. Maybe we can have like conditions. Like maybe you only get charms if you do a specific type of like constraint or whatever. Like I wonder, because maybe you can do a bunch of stuff like that, like hidden conditions, and then you can have like a. But where would you do that, right? Like, the level, the whole UI of the world exists on like a real living room, right? Like there's a physical living room that you're in, and there's stuff there. So like the shop, yeah, we're gonna make like a Y2K website, and you're gonna be on a CRT, because why not? And you're gonna be buying stuff physically from like a website for your machine. That makes sense, right? The buddies that you can find in the stage, like you're gonna have a living room, and each buddy you collect is gonna be like sleeping somewhere on there or relaxing or doing something. So like, and that's how you select them. So, maybe one of them is like watching a TV over here, or maybe one of them is sleeping on your couch. And then like, as you find more buddies while playing the game, they're gonna populate in this living room, and that's how you select them. You just choose them from here, right? So there's a physical place for that to exist. The leaderboards, you have a physical whiteboard that it looks like the character is actually drawing their best records on this whiteboard, and it's in the physical area, right? The camera zooms in, you see the high scores, great. So like, we have physical locations for the shopping, the buddies, high scores, but we haven't figured, where would the charms be for the phone? That's the thing I'd be thinking about. Cause like maybe the character pulls up a phone or something on the UI as well. I don't know. Or maybe a drawer. Like I want the environment to be really interactive. And I'm trying to think of what would work there. If you do the changing charms, you just inflated the scope like X billion. It wouldn't be that bad, actually, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, the changing charms could come back, like, that wouldn't be hard to implement. What would be hard to implement is the conditional unlock. That's way more specific. But having charms based off of, like, configuration, like what you've implemented, or what you've, what upgrades you set here, or what buddy you have equipped, that's fairly easy to do. The bottleneck there would be assets. The conditional thing would actually require some architecture. It wouldn't be that crazy though. It might be actually. It'll be very variable. Yeah, the conditional unlock thing would be crazy. That's kind of what happened with Crimson Crown, is that like, the conditional unlock stuff which got insane there, and I was like, alright, we're gonna come back to you once I'm a better programmer, and then we're gonna see how I can architect it. And but actually, not even a programmer, it was designer. I'm a bad game designer, so it's very hard to foresee what I'd want because I don't know what I want. But here it's a bit more of a tighter scope, but I don't trust myself with that either. So, yeah, not sure what to do with the charms. It's actually a great idea for charms. Okay, so like maybe there's a kitchen area or something, or like a little wardrobe, and the camera zooms in and like a drawer opens up, and like, I don't know. I don't know how this works. Like, would there just be like I guess we'd have a tray here, and then you'd have the different charms you have access to. And I guess your phone would just be boop, boop, boop right there. And then, like, it'll be folded up too. And you'll see what charms get equipped on there. Dude, I kind of, like, if we keep the charms very small and finite, the conditional thing wouldn't be that crazy. And I can make a constraint. If I make a constraint where it's, like, things that are known, like one could be like, hey, complete a level while having the minimum settings for power-ups, and that'd be like one charm, right? Like stuff that's known at run, at run start would be easy to set up because it's like a simple conditional you can do with like UniRX observables and compose it that way, and that would be fine. In fact, I think most of them would be like that. I think that actually would be. I think that wouldn't be that bad actually. Like it would be just simply, I would have to make a little system for that to indicate which ones you've had. Here's the thing. Okay, how about this? We have to make a spreadsheet, and we're gonna have like a set number of like the different charms you have, right? Like that's how it have to work. Like charms list. I don't know what they're gonna be, but we can start with like simple conditions, you know. And we have to have like a predefined list of them. So like, I don't know, 6 might seem reasonable to me, or maybe 9 or something. You know, I don't know what to put here for this, but like it could be challenges like beat a level with lowest with no upgrades. That could be a simple one. Collect like, or get a streak of a streak stack of 10. And maybe this gives you like pancakes because like stack pun, right? I don't know. I think it'll be along these lines. Cozy, what's going on? Did you call me? Or in couch cushions, like when you find change in your couch cushions, okay. Or like gumball machines. Or you know what, actually? You know what would be better? Like, maybe we could do this, right? But what if we encourage the player to actually interact with the environment? Because they're putting a lot of work in having a space here. So what if like if the player clicks around in certain places, like you mentioned, Travis, with the couch cushion or something, maybe they'll find the charm there. Or maybe they click on a drawer from like the main menu. Oh, there's a charm there. So you get like, the player starts exploring the environment. And it'll be like a nice little thing. We still have to have some kind of like, I don't know, maybe do we want to have UI? Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't want to have this at all. Maybe we just let them have a massive amount of charms on their phone. And that's like, oh snap, you really played this game a lot. Yeah, so maybe the charms will be like an Easter egg behavior, actually. I like that, actually. I like that a lot. I actually really do dig that. Yeah, I'm digging this. I'm digging it so much, I think we're just going to implement... Because that is super simple to implement on my end. I kind of like the idea of achievements or something kind of like achievements, but... Or I can tie it to something else. Like maybe you can unlock certain buddies by doing certain challenges. I don't know. This is not too important. We'd have to have this be programmatic for setting up the charms though too. Let's see here. Okay, first of all, let me just see if my fixes have fixed everything. Let's run it. Nope, not that. Yeah, I have to think about this. I like the conditional thing. Cause it reinforces the main gameplay. That's the thing though for me. Is that, but maybe it's fine, or maybe I can have like certain, I don't know. Not set. What's going on here? Oh, supply. Oh. You're never assigned, are you? Yeah, you're not. So if you're not assigned, you have to do it here. And then, what are we gonna do? You have to do onload as well. What's going on here? That's very odd. That's a very odd thing to say in this environment, since we're not talking about that at all. Yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah, my reaction syndicate, that's just odd. This game, but if there is, you could implement charms similar to gem badges from Pokemon. They can unlock drawers, cabinets, even safes. Yeah. There's not really bosses, but there's the ability of there's clearing levels, right? Or clearing runs. Which, by the way, we haven't made a decision on this yet either. I was initially very cool with this idea, but I don't know. I don't know. I think we're gonna have to have that interrupt anyways if we're gonna do the random selection stuff. The random, or the choice system that we have here. And I want to keep with the theme of speed, but I don't know. These two things kind of slowed things down. But this solves the concrete problem of like the energy thing, right? And get some agency. So I don't know. I might have to sleep on it a little bit more until I come to a consensus. As achievements, but they all accumulate. And you have 3 slots keychains to show them on your phone and swap them what you like. That's a good idea, Syndicate. So you unlock them, but then you can choose them from there. So this is back on the table. Yeah. I'm gonna think. I like the slot idea though, because it limits it from getting too crazy. We'll see. I like this idea though. Okay, what's going wrong here? Right, because not only do we have to do this. Where is it? We have a weekend start. Actually, why is this showing unused? It's an event function. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so we have, what do we have here? Here we go. We have select our hole here. And we have current selected. We do call init and provide supply the balance. But if, right, because we have to think about, okay, we have to think about how this can be populated. And how it's going to handle on load. And when we're going to call save and loading as well. That's a big thing. Yeah, I know it's the issue. Let's do list. And that's going to cause certain things to break, unless it doesn't. But I feel like it should. Yeah, it's breaking it over there. This doesn't return a Boolean anymore. It doesn't return anything, it's a void. Let's see here, I have a Napoleon. Okay. Ice creams. As I get close to my little project polish completing. Let's go, dude. I was going real. My bad, dude. I wish I knew what you were talking about. Either wasn't paying attention or missed. Yeah, and there's also another chat too. So sometimes there's some context that's missing, cause there's another chat that's going on. I'm using KT Strawberries, Cyber K. Is my top tier talent. I could probably come with thousands of ways to implement them. Yeah, it's fun. Brainstorming is super fun. It's helpful too, cause as a programming this, I get very zeroed in and focused on stuff, right? So there's things I kind of neglect or don't consider. That's why it's always helpful to have some other input. Honestly, I used to meet weekly with a friend, and we just he's not very technical as far as development is actually concerned, but he was super great to just bounce ideas off of. Good friend of mine. Okay, cool. This should be good for now. I'm not happy with it. We're gonna have to actually do a asset thing, a registry or something, but it is what it is, dude. It is what it is. Okay, where's application? It's gonna be a bit more straightforward though, thankfully. Or if I want to, I can do no. No. Okay, what are we doing here? We're doing... Where are you? Oh, the application's at root level? Okay. Never mind, I can't do that there. So I'm gonna have to go into bike config and create a whole thing just for this. Otherwise I can no, I want to just use the scriptable object. Okay, I understand why I did the things I did before. And we're going to do them again. Slightly different, but the same. It is what it is. But it's going to be a little bit more manageable, I think, because I'm actually going to separate it out. Hull registry. Reuse assets as charms. Yeah. Well, I want the charms to be 3D though. That's the kicker. That's the big thing. I don't know. Actually, should I? Should I actually keep it 2D? Because the game's 2D it's presented in 2D. It might be very disorienting for having. It actually might be a bit disorienting to have maybe not disorienting, but just a little bit odd to have a 3D asset pop out of nowhere. I think I'm just gonna have to prototype it. Test to see if we like how it looks, and if not, we'll just flip to switch to 2D elements and transform them that way. I don't know, but I like the 3D though, dude. I like the 3Ds. There's a part of me that just likes it. Be 3D assets would be crazy. Having the real world be 3D assets, yeah. No, so we're doing that right now. Actually, I don't have it. The game is not. I think it should. Let me see. The game itself is broken, but let me see the garage or the home scene is working. I mean, it's programmer 3D modeling, but hopefully it should work. And it's very empty. Yeah, it works. Things are not. I can't interact with stuff. Okay, things kind of worked for a second. Why is it being so laggy? Am I throwing that many exceptions? Come on. Yeah, but the home area I want to be super nice and I know this is supposed to be a racing game, but the whole idea was that like every game I make, I want it to have some element of it that's cozy, right? Yeah, the buttons are not reacting at all. So it's not, I can't go to different scenes. I'm clicking, but I can't actually, it's not going to transition to this scene. But yeah, like, for this game, I wanted the cozy part of the game to be this environment here. And, you know, I played the basic stuff there just to get the idea across, but as far as how to populate it and make it feel, I don't know, we're gonna have to see. I'm not a great environmental dude. What can I say? Balance data 23. Argument range out of, must be non-negative. What's going on here? Is it never adding? Right, because we just did this. Yeah, let me see if I feel like I can fix this to get it functional real quick. And the game itself be 2D, yeah. I'd eat a polygon. Wait, what? What do you mean I'd eat a polygon? 2D games or 3D panels? Cozy knife fighting? Yeah, if I make a medieval game, there's gonna be a medieval like fighting game. You're gonna be having nice warm porridge in front of the fire, and you're gonna be hearing people killing each other outside the door. Oh, I forgot something. A hull registry. We have to do the whole attribute create asset menu, and there's things you have to do. I forgot what it was. There's file name. Or is it just file? And it's gonna be holes. And it's gonna be menu name. But yeah, I'm trying to make this area look super nice, even though the game's like a super simple 2D presentation. I'm not gonna make it super high poly. It's not gonna be high poly at all. It's still gonna be low poly, but you can do low poly things that still feel cozy, you know? There's games that achieve that feel. And I think we can achieve it. I believe. I don't know. I might have to like get like a, I don't know. I might have to outsource expertise. I might have to like get like a concept artist or something at least to like sketch up ideas for what this area might look like. And then I'll probably try modeling. I don't know. We'll see. Winter's gonna. Okay, I don't want to be making this game in winter. I don't. We need to get work on other stuff, but I'm just gonna sit by the bonfire and we're gonna just iron it out, man. It's gonna be great. Something about 3D being juicy or fun, and thinking about how people call art tasty. I don't know. I eat a polygon. You know what? No further explanation needed. We eat polygons. Cozy Bob Blast Wrestling. Spicier. Sponsored by Taco Bell. GD typos. What's a GD typo? What am I doing wrong? Cozy nuclear launches. Dude, Cozy, my parents are divorcing, and you hear the battle ASMR. I'm not gonna lie, I saw that video of someone installing Arch while their parents were fighting. That ASMR video. But I'm not gonna lie, a part of me was like, oh, this feels kind of nice. This feels comfortable. Default hull, yeah, and then hull truck. Okay, that should be good. And then FNF application. Oh man. Where is this? You have a list here. Yeah, we're gonna remove that. We're gonna replace it with like the. Not cozy registry. We're gonna call it whole registry. My typo's embarrassing. Hashtag. Does anyone even use hashtag anymore? No idea. But anyways, hashtag. Hey, someone joined the Discord. Let me check something. Also, I'm debating, guys. I'm thinking about doing office hours at some point. But I'm not sure when I should be doing it. If I want to commit to doing like weekly, or if I should do office hours like. I don't know. There's been significant enough people like asking for stuff that like I think it might be better just to have doing office hours things as opposed to doing one-on-one mentoring. Cause I don't think like for this like there's so much you can just learn. Like I think most people just need like minor guidance. They don't need like a lecture or something. You know what I'm saying? Like oftentimes, like, I know for me that's kind of all I needed, so I'm debating of just doing that. Registry. Yeah, we're gonna keep. Current selected. I need to implement the thing. I don't know. Being practiced real dev hours. No, real dev hours is like I don't know. It's unhinged. Real dev hours is where tea gets spilled, where where deving does not happen. I guess it kind of did though. But did it really? I don't know. What's going on, Juicy? I guess your name is Juicy. That's what I'm gonna call you. Welcome to the server. Just make it your own. Yeah. Co-opt real dev hours. Oh man. I don't know, maybe. I don't know, I need to do more with the Discord. I feel it's weird because like the Discord is growing, but I feel like I haven't done much there at all. So I feel like people are like that kid from Incredibles, you know? Where that kid just waiting outside in the driveway, and he's like, "What are you doing here?" He's like, "I don't know. I guess waiting for something to happen, I guess." And I'm just like, "Me too, kid. I don't know what to do. I don't know." All right, registry. I have to go to FNF application. Yeah, I don't know. If you guys have ideas, let me know. The office hours thing, though, is like a... Because we have like a gym leaders thing too, so maybe the gym leaders can pop in for that too. I know some people who'd be down for that. Where is the error? The error is here. You are the error. The milkman. I really want to play Psychonauts on stream, dude. I want to replay it so bad. I really, really enjoy Psychonauts, man. It's such a good game, dude. It is. Psychonauts is so freaking good, man. It's not even funny. It's a fantastic game. What's going on? Hello, Go. Actually, in an Enviro Art server I'm in, they just started doing like work along where everyone is muted and just works together. That's pretty sick. And shares a stream if they want. I'm down with that. Maybe I should just start doing that in the server. That's actually a great idea. Anyone else have small lag problems, or is it on my end? Promote it more during stream. Yeah, I don't bring it up on stream. Honestly, like, any success, like, I'm still surprised, dude, with this whole channel and everything. Because I've done, like, I feel like I've done the opposite of what people tell you to do, and it still somehow has grown, which is really odd. I don't know. I just take it from God, man. That's the only explanation I come with, because I'm like, I feel like I'm doing everything opposite. But yeah, I need to have, like, maybe I should do that on, like, my off days when I don't stream. Just hang out in the Discord and just everyone just do some deving. I don't know. I need to get more regularity in my life, though, to be able to do that regularly. Action, get hull index, update visuals. Did I fix all of the errors there? Are we just good? No, we're not good. Because we have to load for resources from FNF application. It's not enough that this contains a field that's static. We have to also populate it on awake, which is going to be hulls, null coalescent operator, resources, load, hull registry, and you're going to be hull registry. Beautiful. And now so much oddities should be eliminated, except for all this. But it's gonna be simple, because it's just hulls. Simple. Could even say bizarre. That is true. That is true. I'm sorry, what's going on here? Everybody jump, add a game miler, nuke game, make Minecraft. Hey man, really, do you do scripting classes? Just wondering. No. Maybe I can talk about some stuff related to scripting. Or like, I mean, I don't, there's a weird, I don't, scripting's a weird term. But we could talk about like some basic principles. Like, we can pull out the Robert C. Martin book and the Grady Booch book, and we could talk about object-oriented programming and all this stuff. I don't know. What would happen if everything gets deleted? What are you gonna do? Well, here's the cool thing, right? I have something called Git, and that lets me not worry about that. That's why I can do terrible things to my code base and be cavalier about it, because, you know, I have Git to cover me. So, you know, Git's like the diaper, you know? If you miss the toilet, well, good thing I have the diaper, man. Everything's good. Everything's fine. Is there any compile errors still? Are we good? I think we're good. Oh, one last thing. For hull, you don't need to do this awake thing anymore. Goodbye. We're not doing that anymore. Git is pain. Is it pain? Git is fantastic. Git is love, dude. You learn like 3 commands and then you're a professional. You learn 3 commands of Git. Oh, it did the auto-translate bone circuit. He said Git is a DeLorean, but it translated to pain. That's funny. Alright, let's see if we get compile errors. How to build games? Or you just start, man. You start by Googling. I started with GameMaker. Oh. Well, that's strange. The rendering of things just died. Okay. Who's using a constructor? Hull registry. Oh! Because I used this. Oh, you're not supposed to use initializers. My bad. Whoopsie. Okay, let's try this again. But yeah, you just start Googling, man, and you start finding some crazy, crusty YouTube video from like 2009 about how to do a specific thing in GameMaker, and all of a sudden you have an object moving on the screen, dude. And you know, you start with drag and drop, and then eventually you start finding it easier just to write code instead of drag and drop, and then you start feeling like an uber hacker, and then you know, you do that for a couple years and you start getting more knowledge, more familiarity, more comfort, even, I would dare say. And then, you know, do some game jams. You'll learn a bunch there. You'll meet some cool people, and then the biggest ROI is getting a job that you're not qualified for, and then learning as much from people there. That's like the best way to learn. 64. What's going on here with 64? Oh, because you're... Darn you, Dinkelberg, with your compile time initializers. Okay, let's try it again. Ages ago, I was asking if you ever read No, The Black Art of 3D Game Programming. It was literal tomb. Wait a second. I don't think it's that, but I do have a... Well, honestly, it's not mine. It's not mine, but I got it from work that I'm going to return at some point, so the people who have this book, you know who I'm talking about. It's going back. I haven't forgot it. This is kind of like a tome, Mathematics for 3D Game Programming and Computer Graphics, 3rd edition. It's pretty decent. There's another one I want to get, though, for physically based rendering, but I never done that. And then there's another one that's a little bit more chunkier than this, which is like game engine architecture. It's from a guy from Naughty Dog, I think. It's on my Christmas list. One day I'll get it, and then I'll read like 2 pages. Is SFML? What's SFML? Pragadala. It's so large. It's not. There's some. It's chunky. I'm not gonna downplay it. It is chunky. You'll be surprised. There's quite a number of chunky boys out there. In the programming. Actually, most programming books are not that chunky. There's some that are like go into the weeds, but they're not that bad. Yeah, the ones I'm thinking about, they're thinner than that one. I think the only one I might rival is the Game Engine Architecture book. Hey! It's working! Yeah, this is all broken now because we're not using it anymore. Yeah, let's go, man. Let's go. Yeah, look at this. Peak 3D modeler, dude. Peak 3D modeling. Let's see if the game runs now. Okay, no, it does not work. It does not work. What's going wrong here? These is all due to wrong bad positionings, though. Oh, there's a null reference here, too. Okay. Simple and fast multimedia library. Oh, I have not checked that out. The only thing I know is like SDL. Do y'all recommend reading programming books? I think they're beneficial. I think there's a lot you can glean from them. But I think it's very important to apply practice, right? But yeah, programming books can be very effective and very beneficial, or at least helpful, like as far as references are concerned. But you'll be a lot of knowledge is honestly online too. What's going on with Hull? Why are you null? Why are you null? You're null at 201. That means you're not assigned anywhere. Why art thou assigned? We do Hull equals Hull states current selected. But that may be null. But by this point in the application, if it's null, we assign it to registry holds the first value, right? So I guess I could do a thing like assert not null for current selected to find out like what I may be doing wrong. We're just curious if books are worth it. Yeah. Yeah, I think you get way more value from doing things, but I think it's helpful, especially if you're like learning different paradigms. They could be very helpful there, like for like Lambda stuff, or I don't know. But then there's like, you have some paper, like there's, I don't know, like there's that, but then you have like someone who puts a repo up that has like a markdown file that really breaks down an idea. Oh yeah, this is not good. Like I know the reactive, the UniRX one had a really good markdown that describes the idea really well. The assertion isn't failing. So what, are these failing? Apply config. It's not, there's no stack trace, so it's not like it's going deep into the call stack. It's literally failing here. So either hull is null, and even if these were null, you can have null parameters, so like what are you gonna do, man? A, who added me? Some people would call it cozy. Dap me up. I'll dap you up, brother. Get dapped up. But yeah, what's going on here? Got rid of that. This. Assign this. It's connected. This happening at 201. Maybe it's just this is beating the condition. That would be weird because I'd assume start happens after awake, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, let's try this out for size. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I just have a bad understanding. I love your monitor screen. I want to get one of these. You can do it, man. Go to a Vintage Fest or something. I know there's like vintage festivals that happen regularly. That's where I've gotten most of my old peripherals, like this PS1 I got at a Vintage Fest as well. Like you'll find a bunch of stuff for pretty decent, dude. And the converter is not expensive at all. So you can live like this. It is doable. It's affordable. And this is probably the cheapest component on my entire computer setup, the monitor. Still happening. Okay, so maybe is the registry null? Is that what's going on here? Maybe that's what's going on here. Let's go to byteconfig, hulls, resources, hull registry. They're not null. Okay. Okay, they are null. Right, because I changed stuff. The truck is fine, but yeah, no. Also Facebook Marketplace, yeah. I mean, I'm kind of about Facebook Marketplace. People die. But hey, if you feel cool with it over there, man, go for it, man. Where's the default hull? Pallet mass, there is none. Yeah, there's no pallet mask. We're not doing that. So we just do... There has to be a hull front, that's for sure. We have Sprite Binder, Red Blaze, there we go. Nothing for the back. Cool, and the hull truck, hull front is truck. Okay, save it. Let's see if running it fixes this. Nah, you have a good one, Travis. Yeah, have a good one, dude. Okay, press play. Exceptions? Yeah, we're still getting exceptions. And why is this? Same place. 200. Line 200. Okay, let's do this. Let's start figuring out what is the null culprit here. Also, hull states. Is a nick being called? It should be. I'm pretty sure it is. Yes, it is called here. So if current state is null, we set it to the first element in our registry. That seems pretty reasonable to me. Remember when I said I was going to leave like 2 hours ago, Cozy? Whatever happened to that? Oh no. Oh no. Did the YouTube playables get you? Is that what got you hooked? Did the YouTube playables actually do their job and keep you hooked in? It's funny, the generation that always told me don't trust what you see on the internet is the same generation that loves the AI slop. Yeah, it'd be that way. I don't know, I feel like most people enjoy a bit of AI slop. Not yours truly, no, absolutely not. But other people. Did I call this tri-equipped hull? That's funny. Is it equipping? Is that how you spell it? Or is it equipping? I'm pretty sure it's equipping. I don't know, I'm not literate. Not literate over here, guys. I'm not a literate guy. What can I say? Yeah, no, it's terrible though, dude. I can only do playables on horizontal. The chat company is good on vertical. And I got sucked in. I can't believe we got sucked in Syndicate. It happens. Come on. Come on. Okay, press play. Come on. It's funny, when the screen goes dark, I just see my face, and it's very... It's almost like a jump scare. Okay. So, assertion failed. And... yeah, it's null right here. So... this is null. That's what I'm saying here, is that this is null. Despite calling init, despite presumably assigning it, maybe I shouldn't even, I should just like directly say, yeah, no, you are going to be assigned. Well, it's weird because we do an assertion here too. So hold the phone, what's going on here? How can these two things be true? How can you square a circle? Someone freed my mother from Facebook Reels, dude. Same. I walk past and my mom's like scrolling on Facebook, and I'm like, and then like she's like, I see AI stuff pop up too, and it's like, Mom, please, please, dude, it's like it's like, dude, I hate this AI everything, and it affects everything, dude. One second, I need to take off my robe. I have to take off my it's a little too warm down here, dude. But yeah, it's like, it's man, it's rough. The slop, dude, the slop can't stop. And then my dad, he was talking about like, he's like, you know, he was talking about like AI channels. So my dad's like a little different. He's like, you know, if you can find a niche, and you know, you can just fulfill that niche with like these AIs. And I was like, dude, Dad, you know how bad this is? You know how much I hate this and why I think it's so bad? To be fair though, like once I talked about it, he's like, he understood. He's like, he got it. He's like, oh yeah, I see what you're talking about. But yeah, it's like, it's wild that he was like, almost, he wasn't proposing, but he was like bringing up the idea of like AI channels and how they profit from it. Which also, by the way, shout out to YouTube for apparently banning a bunch of AI channels. Let's go, dude. Let's go, dude. Whole states, current selected. Dude, I'm gonna go crazy. Like, the only thing I can think of is like, this is being a struct and we're just copying by value, but we're not doing that, man. I'm not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that copy by value. We're directly, these are all heap allocated things, tragically. They're classes. They're all passed by reference inherently. So either this is just weird, maybe I shouldn't be using a property, maybe I need to be just using a private value and just dealing with it that way. And it's weird that this is passing perfectly fine. Like, that is also really strange. Like, I actually, you know, out of curiosity, let's go to start in the player. And instead of doing hull, what if I just pass in like, or I say hull is explicitly an FNF application, hulls, dot hulls, that, like we directly assign it to the first one. We assert not null, and then we send it. I feel like I'm going crazy. I grew up with my parents telling me to get off the computer or devices, but now I'm yelling at my parents to get off their phones. Yeah, I really beat those dang phones. I mean, they're kind of right though. Those dang computers, man. That dang phone, man. Yeah, it's a wild turnaround. And like, you know, I'm trying to get everyone off a little bit, but it's like uphill battle, right? I was fighting because I went on vacation somewhat recently, and I was like on vacation mode. I got sick, and during the entire vacation as well, I just didn't go on my. I wasn't doing development at all. That was like the resolution that I made. No programming, no none of that stuff. But dude, I ended up installing Instagram, dude. That's crazy. And I started being like active on there, and I was like, dude, I feel the brain rot. But here's the thing, right? Like, I've cultivated. I uninstalled it again. Now that I'm out of vacation mode, I'm back to like doing development. I got it off. But there's like this test of wills I was going through with the Instagram algorithm of like, all right, You're trying to bring my IQ and drag it down, but I'm not gonna have it. And I started. I somehow ended up on like TikTok, or not TikTok, Instagram, for like content for like undergrads and like STEM fields, or like graduate students. So I was getting like really specific memes about like chemistry and engineering stuff, and I was like, all right, this is what we need. And then like I uninstalled Instagram, but I started having these withdrawals. But then I found this thing. It kind of hits the itch. It kind of hits it. But there's this thing called Zikipedia, and it's basically it's taking Wikipedia and presenting it. So you start on this website, right? You choose your areas of interest. So I'm like, okay, I like games. I like technology, and I can have like other specific things. I like, come on, let me type it in. C++. That's a category. I like low level. Okay, now I don't know. What do you have here? Maybe game development. Okay, whatever. So you add your areas of interest. Science. And you say, I'm an adult, continue. And then like you start doom scrolling Wikipedia articles for various topics, and it figures out like what you like and what you don't like. So I'm like, I really dig the computer was an invention when it was first made. I like this, and if you want to, you can click into the article and learn more about it. It kind of works. I'm not gonna lie. The thing is, like, it doesn't go deep enough. It doesn't go esoteric enough, right? Like when I do computers or whatever, it just goes like, hey, here's what a computer is, right? It doesn't go like deep in the weeds. Non-fungible token. Oh my goodness, I don't like that. Remember when crypto and NFTs were our worst problems? Do you remember that? Anyways. But yeah, that's how I weaned off, dude. It's crazy. Those things hit crazy, dude. I'm not gonna lie. AI is so insidious. It is insidious. And my first still friends taught me 99% of what I know about coding computers. He's so smart and talented as a dev. He's super into Vibe. Into Vibe coding. Yeah, well, it's like I can't fault. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. Cause this is a prickly subject. The whole vibe coding thing. Yeah, I just can't personally do it, or at least do it for anything significant. I can't. Like, I get very anxious because, like, I need to know everything. When I make a PR and I have it reviewed by someone, I need to know everything about it. I need to feel like I have full understanding, so that if I need to defend something, or if I need to address something that's very particular about implementation, I can do it, right? But with vibe coded code, like, you don't have that. You have like this whole cognitive debt that's going on. And it's like, all right, am I really going to take on liability for something that I don't even fully understand or know? No, like that's very, at least for me, that's like very anxiety inducing. And, you know, I just end up reading all the code that was generated and like spending way more time just to understand it as opposed to just writing it. But then there's like, you know, the Gastown Manifesto, if you guys have ever heard about that, where it's like this deranged thing. And the whole idea is that, yeah, coding is no longer a craft, right? Instead, it's like fishing, where, you know, you cast your net into the sea and you pull up some fish from the ocean, and maybe some fish fall off into the docks and whatever, right? But you don't care about that. You care about throughput. So you end up in like this token like maxing mentality, dude, of like, you don't care about quality or whatever. You're just gonna keep pressing the send button until eventually gets what you want, which is crazy to think about. And it's a death of like craftsmanship and actually writing well designed stuff. It's good for people who actually knows when AI was for autocomplete. Yeah, even then I stopped because like you end up having the Copilot pause. How small does your viewport in the engine look? It looks like this. This is my viewport for the engine. So it's a little, some people may or may not like it. I can live with it. Alright, I didn't test this thing. I compiled it. Or I think I was going to compile it before I got sidetracked there. Bro, what is your type? Type of what? Navigator. That could be ambiguous, man. Yeah, my type is NAND gates. Those are my favorite type of gates. I love me some NAND gates. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So what's going on here? Character is not valid. Fidget body velocity assigned. Attempt for character is not valid. Input velocity is nan. Why are you a nan? Not a number. What's happening with not a number? Where are you being derived from? It eventually does what you need it and then empties your wallet. Yep. We study AI, the more we know that using it makes you measurably dumber. It's not your viewport, it's how you use the viewport. Yep. Well, if I'm gonna be like, it's and let me find the Gastown Manifesto, right? And like it's all like it's like the anti. Like if I were to write my manifesto, it's like the anti of that. Welcome to Gastown by Steve. Yeah, and it's like it's the most dystopic thing, right? If you want to read it, go for it. It almost feels like a cognito hazard. But in a weird way. So like I personally at work, right? I kind of avoid the track for management because I actually like writing code. But in a weird way, with this whole thing, the goal is that you become a manager, right? Where first you start coding, and then you eventually start coding with an agent, and then you stop reviewing what the agent does and say YOLO, you just send it, and then eventually you start having more windows open for the agent and YOLOing, right? And then you eventually instead just go into you actually have an agent. Sorry, this is like the web app thing, right? You have the agent here, and then you have multiple agents, and then eventually you become a manager of this agent, and like all of a sudden you're acting as a manager. And it's like, wow, that's like terrible. That's like, it like sucks all any like, first of all, trace of accountability, because you don't know what's going on at that point, right? You don't know what's happening. And then the thing that happens is like the less you program, the less you use it, the more you forget it. So like you're accruing this crazy cognitive debt about knowledge for your code base. And while that happens, you're also becoming less, you're becoming less proficient as a programmer. So your ability to even comprehend code and make decisions based off it deteriorate, right? And it's like, how can you make architectural decisions if you don't have these fundamental, like, you're not reinforcing your fundamental understanding of programming, right? Like, I think I've talked about this, at least when I was talking with a student, someone recently, but like, or not a student, a former mentee or whatever. But I was like, yeah, programming is like eventually becomes, you start becoming an economist. And the things that decisions you're making in this economy are between like CPU performance or like execution versus memory versus like human maintainability or like understandability. And but if you're not engaging with that, how can you continue to make good decisions about it? And it's worrying because it's like I feel like we're gonna end up in a spot where there's a book called The Machine Stops, and the whole premise of the book is that society gets to this point where everyone in the world becomes reliant on this machine, right? And this machine performs all the functions, so most people just have to worry about leisuring. The problem, though, is that the machine has fallen to disrepair, and it's been degrading over time for like decades. And at that point in the book, no one knows how to fix the machine. No one has the knowledge to actually address the machine. So the machine continues to deteriorate and fall apart. And the book, a spoiler, ends with everyone falling into darkness because the machine stops. And I can't help but feel like we're entering into the world where that's starting to kind of happen, right? Where we start having important core infrastructure of technology being designed and deployed by these things. And like people are super cavalier about it. Big companies are very cavalier about it. Individuals are cavalier about it. Even very like knowledgeable people and proficient programmers are cavalier about it, or at least are very much about it and are using it. So I always talk about like cognitive debt on like a micro level between you and your code base. But like imagine that cognitive debt as a society. And that's not like a foreign concept. It's things that we've experienced with manufacturing. We can't like manufacture a bunch of things in the US because a lot of the knowledge and expertise for that have either like faded away or moved elsewhere. You know, there are certain things that can no longer be manufactured in the US that used to be manufactured. It's a real thing that's happened and continues to happen. So imagine that with like software, man. I mean, we're already facing that issue with the levels of abstraction, but like, dude, it feels crazy, man. Anyways, I'm gonna buy a plot of land in Montana and just live off the grid at some point. Makes them pretty useless for creating something new or interesting. That is true, Isvan. It's very good at performing at the normative level, within like a one standard deviation of the mean. But I don't know, man. Like private code bases, like all the interesting code that's happening is locked behind private repositories and is like, whatchamacallit? There's a word for this, patented, right? But then like you have this patented code. And then programmers are introducing LLMs to it, like agents to it. And sure, you're paying for it and you're hoping that, yeah, the agreement between us and like whatever big AI company, they're not going to use our data to train their models. But like, I don't know, man. I could totally see code exfiltration happen at the agent level. Because, you know, X and Y company did not honor their word. And what's going to happen? They're going to get sued? Okay. Well, that's the price of doing business, right? We get your cool, interesting proprietary code, and we lose, like, what? A couple million in a lawsuit? So, I don't know. I feel very, like, I don't really trust agents. I have to use it for work. Or at the least it's, like, strongly encouraged. But, like... I can't help but feel that there's like this extra like, I don't know. I just don't fundamentally trust it, right? And I'll engage with it up to the minimum extent, and that's it. What was I doing? We're dealing with NANs. That's what we're dealing with. NAN inputs at the player. Rigid body position, because somehow the rigid body position is not correct, because some of the math here is resulting in that on the X and Y components, which is signaling probably like a divide by 0 or something, not a number. I don't know. Can only really generate text. That, yep. Kind of like using GPT Gemini if I'm learning something new. Very helpful as a pseudo teacher. Yeah, but there's also a skill set to seeking out knowledge too, which I feel relying on LLMs also deteriorates. The toaster book. What's the toaster book? Sorry about my dumb analogy, but it's like some big tortillas in my hometown. New generations will know how to make them, and we will lost the yummy, yummy tortillas. No, that's exactly it, dude. That's exactly it. You know, instead of talking about manufacturing some part, like metal component, right? You're talking about manufacturing tortillas, and that's a very specific thing, dude. Oh man, it really is a thing, dude. So, yeah, I don't know. There's no point in it. This is just me espousing my current understanding and thoughts about this and my feelings about it, my worries about it. We'll see if my, like, super, you know, alarmist views go anywhere or are actually valid. I hope they're not. You know, I hope AI keeps hitting that asymptote and doesn't progress further than that, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Either way, dude, I'm gonna just keep trucking at getting better at programming. There's some things that LLMs like are struggle with, like 3D spatial reasoning. They can struggle with that with 3D math and stuff like that, but I don't know, we feed it enough code, proprietary code, maybe they won't struggle with that anymore. Where was I? This is at 382. I think, like, that's for updating Sprite, though. Is that where it's coming from? But yeah. Bro, clip this chat. Clip this. I don't know, does YouTube have clipping? I don't know. Cozy, come to Ontario. Become a citizen. We have healthcare, land, and so many lakes. I don't know, man. I think I'll just make my own nation at this point. Here in secret, don't let Mr. Cozy know. Hey, Terrell. What's going on, Terrell? It's good to see you, man. You've been spitting. Hey. I'm glad I'm not the only one who feels these way. Mum's the word to SFM. Toaster book, the guy who tried to make a toaster from scratch and how it's just unfeasible for the average person to do so. Ah. That I need to read that. Is it just called Toaster Book? I'll check it, dude. How did you fix the weird thing that happens with Unity's dockable windows when using Tiling Window Manager? I didn't fix it. I just live with it. I mean, Unity hasn't been that broken for me. I think the only weird stuff that happens is, like, I have to, when I switch from other tabs, I have to, like, hover over the dockable windows. And, you know, of course, like, the Windows 32, the WinXP, like, trailing windows thing happens here too, but it's not the end of the world. Player position. Somehow we're getting NAND values, and I don't know at what place or point we're getting that. So what we're gonna do, is there a way for me to just check to see is valid or something? It's probably not a property. You have to probably compute that. I don't know. Is there no static way to verify it? I don't know. Hello, Breaks. Yeah, but that book, the Toaster Book, reminds me of Destin from Smarter Every Day trying to manufacture a grill scrub completely in the U.S. and, like, it was just unfeasible. And he ended up like even his final product ended up accidentally having some components from China because, you know, he wasn't trying to make it in America. He's just trying not to make it in China. And it turns out the chains he ordered from India were actually from China. So, you know. We're gonna do this. I'm just gonna do like a vector 3 set velocity. And every time we do rigid body dot velocity, we're just gonna replace it with this. So I can figure, I mean, is it throwing because it's trying to assign a nan value? Is that what's going on? That's probably what's happening, which means the vector 3 can exist with a nan value. Which means our computation here is, and it's happening on the x and y components, so it's clearly, we're overriding x with min. What? Oh, okay, it's only these conditions. Okay, I have to check something. It's not like it's negative or positive infinity, so I don't think we're accruing it that way. Why not print debug logs? Because it's not going to give me the place in the code where it's actually happening. Like I know the exception's happening here. I don't know how the nan value is being computed. At what stage in computation it's happening. At least that was under the assumption that the exception was being thrown from just the value being procured, but it's actually legal for the value to be procured. It's just illegal to assign it to the rigid body velocity, so maybe I should just print out at this point every single part of the equation and understand what's going on. But this part I know for sure works previously, so I'm guessing the place where things go wrong is in our acceleration values and how we get it here. We get current 0, 1. So maybe the value here is just bad. Yeah, I'm assuming it's actually probably happening here, because this produces the output that is then piped into physics, I believe. Why can I actually understand what you just said, SFM? Hello. This reminds me of the guy from Barbosa from Pirates of the Caribbean. Hello, Poppet. Yeah, that pissed me off. Now he went back to Windows 10. Oh, no, it's just tragic, dude. Just the one. Somewhere, some poor orange cat just walked straight into a wall. Wait, what? What did I miss, dude? I feel like I'm missing some context here. Okay, we may have broken our game. Well, actually, we've been broken for a while, but it's okay. We'll get there little by little, dude. We are doing... But I'm pretty sure it has to do with how we're doing the engine calculation here. And it's because we're doing get current 0 to 1. We're setting acceleration equal to engine accel. And then velocity equals input times 15. Where's input though? Wait, what? Wait. Wait a second. We have vector 2 input. And we just oh, okay, this is if the player is controlled, then we actually set it with the correct values. We do a vector 3 lerp, a vector 2 lerp, velocity, target, acceleration times delta time. Is velocity a vector 3? It's a vector 2. Okay. Would this actually, okay, you know what? This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna just decompose the elements. We're gonna do the debug log gun. Not even gonna be pretty about it. We're just gonna do the thing. I wanna understand every single expression that's been derived here. I know V3 is wrong. I wanna get every single one of these expressions. So if velocity is less than min, we override it with V3, override x, min, otherwise we use just velocity. Which no matter what, it's still going to come down to the velocity values over here, so It's just strange that you can do vector 3 operations on incorrect vector 3 values. But let's just do this. Every single thing, dude. Null initialization. Yeah. Actually, you're probably right. It's. I'm gonna start from the source here. So target equals input times. Oh, you know what? Speed is probably. We haven't set up all the other components of this. Speed boost coefficient. But I'm highly suspecting it has to do with this. Parent, not F. I'm so used to working in C. Okay. Phi equals lerp target and then acceleration times time that delta should be fine, but why not just be ultra. In fact, I kind of want to like just have this be and then we're just going to do a little bit of this action. Yeah, I know, it's allocating a string. I should be using stream builder. Whatever, we're deleting this. This is not going to production at all. It's fine. This is fine. And you know what? We should do a null character, or not null character, a new line character, just to be safe. Okay, let's see where we're at now. My kleptomania powers are taking form. Oh no. My body's a temple, I'll have you know. Ancient and crumbling. No. Okay, come on. Okay, we press play. Okay, now let's see if we got useful logging information here. Okay. Okay, so everything is just 0. In fact, we're getting nans. So lerp nan nan nan. So the first two terms of the lerp and acceleration is nans. Okay. So we're all just nans. And what is, I feel like this term is the problem term and like it's infecting everything else. So let me just check out this, because I'm pretty sure this is where bad things are happening. So we do get current comp, do I get max comp? Oh, I guess we don't initialize these values. Ooh, I should probably have done that. Ooh, I probably should have done that. Oh no, geez. What a fool! So simple, so simple. It's so simple, pop it. We can do a init, or I can do like a constructor. Maybe I should like totally do like a constructor or something, man. Maybe that'd be like totally tubular and gnarly. Yeah, okay, eShip comp. Okay, so let's do, by default, we will do, I don't know how I did this. I'm forgetting, dude. Yeah, we're gonna set these. So current can stay where it is, but max, maybe I shouldn't actually. Maybe I should actually initialize these to a basic value, or at least like a not zero value. So max, and we're gonna do e ship component acceleration. Yes. Acceleration is going to default to, I don't know. Let's start with like 2 or 3, and current is going to equal to 3. That sounds reasonable to me. And we could do this for other components like health. Or maybe we don't want to do this as maybe we actually want to add like a padding. I don't know. Maybe we start. We'll start here. And it'll be fine. It'll be good. Life finds a way, guys. Life finds a way. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the issue. Real, yep. Each stone chiseled and cut with diligent and meticulous skilled masons. And the hidden Indiana Jones rolling boulder. Oh, wait, I'm thinking of Aztec temples. Yeah, you think of Temple Run. Banger game. Temple Run was like you guys remember when apps came onto the scene? You guys remember touchscreens when they first came out? And you saw your friend playing Temple Run after the school quiz bee, and he came out of that high school where the competition was happening, and you're like, whoa, what's doing that? What's that, dude? And it's like, whoa, that's a game you're playing on your phone? And then you look at your BlackBerry and you're like, oh my goodness, I don't want to. Do I really want to use a BlackBerry when I can't play Temple Run? Gross. I remember that. I remember when phones were new and cool, or touchscreens were new and cool. See, that's how like technological advancements get you. Actually, no, they don't. We should have just stopped at like 2009. We should just had a hard stop at 2009, dude. Like that was the last console generation where things were exciting. You know? It's like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. Things started going a little downhill from there. But it was still good. Yeah, dude. What's keyboard name? It's an Ergodox. Yeah, thank you, Syndicate. I was in college and I had a Nokia 1100. You truly live in a first world country. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's kind of true though, man. It'd be that way. And we're trying to go back. I found a phone that has like is basically a BlackBerry with a touchscreen. Let's just go back to that. Maybe that's where I should be. Okay, I'm doing something. Like we're in a good spot, but not quite where I want to be. So Engine Excel, we get a normalized value, and then what? Times 50? Maybe. Simpler times, dude. Simpler times. Jelly car, I miss you. Was it in college on Nokia? Yep, 2009. I think I still had my PC with a clear blue acrylic case. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. It's good times. So waiting for something to replace the AI hype. No, because everything that replaces it gets worse. Like honestly, I would go totally roll back to the days of like NFTs and crypto mining and all that. I mean, it was bad, but it wasn't like bad at like a existential level, you know. Yeah, top speed. Top speed is the issue here. I cached some values, but I haven't. In fact, I should be caching. Oh, 1 second. Where do we cache speed? Where's speed? Speed is right here. And where are you set? No. What? Wait, where am I defining this stuff? We have speed, we have acceleration, we have health. That should all be retrieved from ship config, yeah. Yeah, I miss when like technological advancements were like optimistic. You know? The 3D pipe screensaver hype. Oh, I should bring that back. I should put that on my computer, man. Yeah, we're just gonna go back in time, dude. We have to go back to the small net. I think I'm still debating if we're gonna actually. I don't know. There's enough people in the Discord where it actually kind of suck to nix the Discord and try to shuffle everyone to like a weird custom website I roll. On the other hand, though, like it's kind of we can have that small web vibe of just random people on a chat room. I think I'll just turn the Cozy Cabin Games website into like a chat room like AIM. And like everyone just has an anonymous like I mean anonymous is like a bad idea usually, but I don't care. You just hop into as anonymous people into like a chat room. That seems fine. We have speed. What else do we have going on here? Acceleration, health, speed. This seems to be backed by something though. Oh, we set it here. We assigned these, dude. We've already assigned you. Why am I doing the same thing up here? We've already done the thing down there. I'm a fool. A blatant fool. So I just need to replace some of these values with the already calculated values. So like this one. Oh, I think I'm doing it because I don't want to have to deal with. Yeah, maybe we can cache that still. Acceleration is going to be what it is. Speed times boost. Whole health. Let me go set the whole health. Wherever that is. I still don't understand how this fixed things. That's really weird. I don't know. We're gonna have to go to the stack trace to figure out where exactly why that's happening the way it is. Yeah, we're not doing this. You're gonna be health now. What's that? You guys? Any of you guys taking discrete math? If so, do you remember that like axiom or I forgot what it was, but that like you know the modus ponens things where it's like if A equals B and B equals C, therefore A equals C. I forgot what the term for that was. What engine or framework you use? I'm using Unity. Tragically, may I add. But for right now, I just need to see if I can finish a game within a game engine. That's what I'm using. I'm using Unity right now. Make it so they aren't add-on to mods and admins. Transitive. Is it just transitive property? Is that what it's called? Emulate dial-up. That'll be fun. BBS. I like old bulletin board systems before my time. But I've heard tell of their bygone days. It'll be cool to do that. It'll be cool to do that. It'll be cool to do that. The add-on thing, I don't know. I don't want to deal with account management. Here's the easiest thing, guys. When you open the chat room, I'm just gonna expose your IPs. That's your username. Oh, hello, 192.82.3256. Nice to meet you. What's wrong with Unity? It's just a company that owns it, and I don't know. There's so much stuff. Like when you use a engine meant for everyone to use, it's designed not for any specific game. You're forcing the engine to align your game, and I think there's something really cool about writing an engine that's like very minimal and like just does the things that are required for your game and is architected specifically for your game, as opposed to like, you know, and only that's what I want. A lot of what I'm doing is forcing the engine to do things that it wasn't designed to do oftentimes, or permissively allows it, but it's not like, you know. Let's see, what are we doing here? I was doing something, I can't remember what it was. I don't know, is it past my bedtime? Maybe. Maybe it is. But I want to get this working better. Okay, we're going to just go here. I'm going to go to speed. I'm assuming it's going to work the way I want it to. If not, so be it. I'm going to multiply it by like 30. That sounds good enough to me. Nope. I can't multiply by 30. You're integer? You are integer. Interesting. I don't like that. You're a float now. Congratulations. Congratulations. You've been promoted. Big promotion. And now I can do 0. Nope. 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 There we go. Axiom was the right term for that, what you called the transitive property, by the way. Oh, thank you. I'm glad I was good there. Yeah, I want to get back into logic. I think there's something really cool about like structuring your thinking around logical axioms. Is this a Kinesis keyboard? No, I'm using Ergodox. I started Godot before it getting famous, and it was because my friend told me once a game would be more lucrative using it, and now I love the 4th version of it. Yeah, Godot's been growing like crazy. Also, what just happened? I tried Godot for a while. I actually migrated my dev kit to work on Godot, but I don't know, it's not an engine for me. Like I said, I think for me personally, I just want to have complete and utter control. That's not like a normal thing. That's actually not even the best idea for people to do. I think it's more prudent for people to just use engines in a lot of cases, but for me at least, I find it fun doing like working in that space. Okay, 10 is still too much. But now the game's working, yay! Nice. Okay. I don't know why this is not fully transparent. That's a little bit odd to me. Did it not hurt me? It did hurt me. Ah, got him. Got him. Yeah, it's a little too fast for me. Maybe we just do 2, and call it a day. But hey, like we finished unbreaking the game, dude. We finished the big refactor. I haven't hooked up the UI yet, but like the logic for the UI is there, so it's just a matter of chucking assets. What's with the max underscore H notation? In the E# comp, it looked like H was just float, so here's you're setting it multiple times in the same method. Which one you're talking about? Max underscore. Oh, you're talking about I see. So you're asking about this right here, right? This. So what I'm doing is essentially I have like these two little arrays, right? And I'm indexing into them by casting a enum. In fact, I should probably be very explicit about their values to be on the safe side. But yeah, I'm taking an enum and casting it, because each index represents a category, right? Health, speed, or acceleration. So I'm simply casting the enum into an integer, and then I'm able to index into the index. I'm actually accessing the index that corresponds to a ship component for these arrays. So it lets you, it's a fun little way to be able to have data grouped together and access it in an easy way. It's pretty fun. I always like doing that kind of stuff, and I kind of do that stuff even in like C, in the world of C. I'm using C#, Emmerich. Cool. Nice. So this is slow, but that's actually kind of warranted. We're using like 3 of like max, which I believe is 16. So we can upgrade to be way faster than that. So this is where we want to be. This is actually good. 10 already makes it like super ridiculously fast, so. Yeah, you only use C#, yeah. Yeah, I'm using Writer Oliver. Yeah, hopefully I answered your questions, Max Warren. That Bidoofus is right. Unity and Linux? Yeah, using Unity and Linux. IBIT. Or IBIT. Okay, cool. So we have eShipComp, eShipConfig, and nice. Okay, dude, I think we're like super freaking great on this so far. I'm gonna commit what we have, guys. So, guys, ready for some basic Git? Git status, look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful, look at that. We're gonna do git add -- all, git commit -m, unbroke the code. The code. Git push berg, return to 2D. That was way more coding than I was expecting to do today. I thought I was going to be stuck doing some assets and stuff, but we actually turned it out to be implementing things. That's pretty gnarly. Yeah, we're going to close this. I don't want to have this in my... Why don't you have the multiplier make you faster? Because faster isn't actually better. It makes it really unwieldy. And I want to reserve like speed for like just the way you configure your machine. You did a thing. You did a thing. Yeah, we did a thing. I'm kind of surprised. Is that a window manager? Yeah, I'm using i3. It's quite nice. You can do things like this. Imagine doing this in Windows. Could not. Could never. Could never. You can imagine doing this. Ooh, scary. Look at that. Look at that. Tabbing like this. Oh, let me just go through my files. I think I want to use this one. Hop. It's cool, and you can just move stuff around very easily and directly. And then you got workspaces on it too. Like you can do this. It's pretty. I love i3, man. Every time I have to go back to Windows for work, it's like painful, dude. It's painful. But you know, you make do. I'm not sure if it's good for you guys, because like you're just seeing things pop up really quickly, but it feels good for me. And that's all that matters, right? But yeah, i3 is beautiful. How's Unity using Linux? It's pretty decent. It's pretty good. Unity's works pretty well. Did I make any changes to the dev kit? I didn't think about that. CD. I did do some significant stuff. What did I do? Oh, I did do some significant stuff here. Yeah, Git. I think I'm missing an M here. Refactors. Terry, is that you? No. No, unfortunately, I'm not on Terry's level. What kind of editor are you using? For coding, I'm using Writer. I usually just like using basic Vim, though. Vim's nice. Vim is very pleasurable. Very seamless. It's pretty good. Very basic. Writer, though, is like the super premium experience if you want to have like big refactoring and all that kind of stuff. It makes it very easy to do. Do you do docs? I do some documentation. I'm probably gonna have to do more docs eventually when I get into when I decide if I'm gonna release this or not. But usually I try to keep the code very just self-documenting. But there's things I like actually having something properly written, because it's actually not clear what the intention may be, and I might require that context. But there's some dumb stuff like this where it's like, yeah, it's true if it in cooldown, false otherwise. But you know, if I was doing something gnarly like packing a vector into a 4-byte integer value, then like, yeah, I'd probably want to document that, hey, I'm doing that for a reason. Which I saw that today. If you guys never seen that, it's pretty gnarly to do that. Where like you essentially just have int value and then I don't know, whatever the value is gonna be. In this case, you can do like, yeah, whatever, int value, and then you can get like int x or float int x, int y, and whatever. And all you do is like this and an AND operation with like hexadecimal FF. Each hex value is like a single nibble, so two of them produce a byte, and then you can do like a bitwise OR on it, and then like you can do like, and then you do that, and then you do this with like the same value. Why are you being mad? Whatever. And you can like bit shift it to get the next 4 bytes or the next byte, and you get like the Y and whatnot. It's pretty gnarly, and then you can like divide it by 255 and then offset it by. It's pretty rad. It's pretty cool. But yeah, just keep going down that route, and then you do like, eventually you can do fx equals like x divided by 255. And if you want it to be like normalized range where it goes from -1 to 1, you can do like this times what was it, times 2 minus 1, I think. And like voila, now you have like a vector component, essentially 2 floats of like low precision derived from like a single integer. I mean, you can do more. It's 4 bytes in a single integer, 32 bits, right? So you can keep going down this train. And get like a full, you know, It's pretty rad, and you just do the same thing, and eventually you get like a full vector component. But yeah, something like this, I'd probably want to document a little bit, but you can kind of also derive it implicitly as well. What am I saying? I'm just doing some game deving, dude. I use Notepad++. Hey, not gonna yuck your yum, man. But yeah, it's pretty cool when you see stuff like that. It seems like I'm trying to be helpful, but secretly I just like waking up Nightbot to do our bidding. Yeah, that's one of the projects, right? I want to make a bot for the channel at some point. It's gonna happen one day. All right, but we've got the code unbroken today, guys. So let me find something. Let's see here. Any comments or questions or concerns before I get ready to call the stream? I'm gonna put some just Tetris. I like this music. Let's see here. What kind do you use? Writer? How do you learn to code? Just by Googling, man. Just have an idea that you want to do and pursue it. And Google it until you finally get it. I'm so excited to catch you live. Well, Christ is king, brother. I'm sorry to say it, but you're catching me right when I'm signing off for the night. Oh, brother. I streamed a little bit earlier today, but I just wanted to get some stuff and get done. We did like 5 hours of coding, though. Jeez, 4 hours and 42 minutes? That's gnarly, man. Big productive hours today, dude. Big productive hours. Also, Travis is Savage, welcome to the Discord. Clayeel, welcome to the Discord as well. In fact, I'm going to put this in here. We're going to be welcoming people here. Actually, no, let me move this over here, and I'm going to open, because we have, yeah, here we go. But yeah, glad to have you guys in the server. I know, make yourself cozy. Alright, that's how you do it. Yeah, it's tragic, dude. Tragic, but it be what it be, man. It be what it be. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm not seeing any questions. If you guys have any more questions, though, feel free to ask me in the Discord. We have an Ask Cozy section here, too, so... When we go live again, probably Wednesday. Yeah, Monday, Wednesday is usually very consistent. Thursday and Fridays, I probably will stream. Saturdays, I do stream, too, but... Monday and Wednesdays are the for sure ones, so... Yeah. But yeah, feel free to ask me questions here. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching. It has been my pleasure to show you the process of programming and making a game. As always, God bless, and until next time, stay cozy. Bye-bye.